What's up? All right. That's good. Let's send this back. That's good. That's a good. Snowy Rain, Steve Gaming Movie, Sully. What up, my little man? You're on camera, candid camera, and you can't hide from them now with your Rambo top. Okay, he's decided to run. Man, how I wanted to start today's stream with amazing news. And apparently I'm too dark. But man, how I wanted to start today with the greatest news of all. And, you know, turn around and say to you guys all, it's done. We found a place to live. We were at the finishing line. And the landlord fucked us over with it on the last literal meter of the race. But, oh no, they fucked us over. About to sign the tenancy and everything. And he threw the final wrench in. It is what it is. I was kind of hoping to start the stream off today with some big good news, but it wasn't meant to be. It was not meant to be. Because some people are just dicks. Dude, we sorted out the holding deposit, we sorted out the agency fees, we sorted out the monthly deposit, we guaranteed the money every month, and on the very last second, they threw the final wrench in and the whole deal fell through. I'm talking seconds away. Hey, Dubsy, how's it going? We did not, Dubs. We did not. It was pretty much a done deal up until 4 p.m. And then we got a call from the agency and they said we no longer have the property. The landlord pulled out. Yep. Rum punch, don't get me started. Paris, you disagree? I was meaning to reach out to you today to see if you can jump on Thursday so we can have a good talk. But GTA 6 is a big game. Although the PS5 Pro doesn't seem to be as strong as everyone thought it was. It seems to it seems to be over-exaggerated. It does seem to be a little over-exaggerated with what it's capable of doing. But I also think if we look back to the Xbox 360 era, when... is the music too loud, by the way, chat? I'm just putting it down a little bit more. But if we look back to the 360 era, when Xbox 360, you know, console sales-wise, It was leading for 32 months. For 32 months, it was ahead of PlayStation, and it kept that pole position going all the way. And then GTA 5 appeared, and Sony got the marketing rights to bundle their machines with GTA 5. And that was the first time Sony took over Xbox 360. GTA 5 has set that precedence. Oh, yeah, but I'm talking about day one. So right now, it's a game that's not coming to PC. It's coming to console and PlayStation. What happens in a year or 2 years' time? That's really loud. Was that really loud for anyone else? Because that almost blew my ears off. Oh, you should have heard it. It was on the desktop. But you're lucky you didn't hear it. No, the animation for someone subscribing came on. And that blew my ears off. But, yes, Paris, I agree. Based on what we've seen today, it definitely is not. But that wasn't the case 2 days ago. 2 days ago, it was supposed to be blowing everything out of the water. And based on that information, you know, people are going to want to play GTA 6 where it's best played. It'll be interesting to see how many people play it on the Series S. I saw your tweet regarding that. I don't know. I know the Series S is the cheapest entry, and I did mention that in my video today. It is the cheapest entry, but how many people are going to want to play GTA 6 on the Series S? Jay, yeah, there's a parity clause that's in place. It's why Xbox at the moment is not being utilized to its full power. Sony right now, for all multiplayer games, is paying to keep Xbox on parity with PlayStation. And because Xbox is underperforming, and PlayStation is the target machine, PlayStation is doing better. Hey, Rabbi. To be fair, nothing wasn't going to save Cyberpunk, to be fair, or Stadia. And so anyway, Google killed Stadia, no one else. Hey, Sanchez. Google killed Stadia all by themselves. They did not need the help of anyone. All they had to do was hold out for another 5 minutes, and they would have been okay. I'm good, Rabbi, and how are you? 399 holiday? I mean, if they can bundle it for 399 with the game, I think it'll be amazing. It'll fly off the shelves. Uh, 100% Leafstone. The target machine for a while has been the PlayStation platform. We don't know, but we know that there's a new dev kit being rated in South Korea. So something is brewing in the world of Xbox. Question is GTA 70 quid? We know we heard. Honestly, I don't think GTA is going to be 70 quid. There is a new Xbox coming, Remy. Whether it's a handheld or a console will be determined, but I think we're going to get both. Q1? Ha! You spelled Paris wrong. How dare you? You think GTA 6 is going to be delayed? From Q1? I mean, delays can always happen, right? It just depends how much, how far out they're going to push and how much the shareholders are going to press. In the end, the shareholders dictate what gets released and what doesn't. See, Dubs, I don't think this is the console. Hey, Zrogdal, what's up? I don't see an Xbox Pro coming. And I'm not really worried. If the developers utilize what's already in the Xbox hardware, the Xbox is perfect. The Series X is perfectly fine to handle most things. The Series X has been crippled since its launch with parity clauses. And unfortunately, first party hasn't utilized it either. I was expecting great things from their first party studios. Not so much from Starfield, because that was in development from ages ago. But, you know, from stuff like Forza Motorsport, I was expecting great things, and it's a little disappointing that they didn't. Parity, Snowy, so basically they both have to perform the same. Don't get me wrong, during the 360 days, Microsoft did the same thing to Sony, so they both do it, and it's stupid. They absolutely shouldn't have the right to stop another format from excelling. It's like Nvidia turning around and saying, AMD, if you've got a better graphics card, you can't outperform us, and we can't outperform you. Like, what's the point? I don't think I'll go console after this gen. I know for a fact how great xCloud, GeForce Now, and Boosteroid were for me. I haven't tried Boosteroid. I wish they had like a free service for me to try, but GeForce Now and xCloud has kept me going. I thought I just answered your question, Rabbi. What did it? Did you ask something else? Worry be. No, there's no Series X2 coming this year. No Series X2. We're going to probably get the announcement of the hardware, the handheld this year. I reckon we'll get it during the summer showcase. But I still do believe that if Microsoft wants to make headway into the gaming, into the hardware sphere, they need to win GTA 6. It's too big of a game. the enigma of GTA 6. And despite the fact that I'm not a fan of GTA, even I know that it's too big. Hey, come on, folks. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe. And also, I'm not sure how many of you have seen my last two videos. I've changed up the format of delivery. I hope you're enjoying it. But any feedback, feel free to throw my way, good or bad. Because it's too early, Rabbi. It's too early for a new Xbox right now. I mean, I hope they don't. I really hope they don't, but you know what? On this occasion, I think GTA is so big, I don't think they can hurt it. Xbox handheld with COD GTA is killer combo that casuals can't turn down. Honestly, what I want to see from Microsoft when it comes to the handheld is a Windows and an Xbox OS combination where you can switch between the two on the fly. That would be insane. If they can release a handheld that has a Windows OS that can flip and load up an Xbox OS as well, that is when you hit God tier levels. That will pretty much be one of the greatest handhelds on the market at that point. Because you'll get the best of both worlds. You'll get all the Game Pass games that are available on Xbox only. Because there are a few. Like the demo that just released for Sandland. So that's not available on PC Game Pass. It's only available on Xbox Game Pass. You could play that on your handheld through Xbox Game Pass. And then if you wanted to switch over to something a little more demanding, you could switch over to your PC, load up PC Game Pass, and then run, I don't know, Starfield or whatever you wanted to run. Or Lies of P. Whatever's available on the PC Game Pass. I think it's really, you know, that combination is powerful. They're using the Surface team. Leafstorm, yeah. But the Xbox OS is basically a modified version of Windows 10 anyway. So it wouldn't be too hard for them to do it. Jay, pretty much. Although there's going to be a lot of people in this chat room that's going to absolutely disagree with you and me. They are going to disagree wholeheartedly. Xbox Series X has a small amount of AI on its chip not even being used. That is correct. It's actually got it on board. It's not software based, it's hardware based. So there's a lot of technology on the Series X that's just not being utilized. But the question then remains is, and this is the big one, right? This is the big question. And this was one of the questions I wanted to ask Paris when I grab him at some point and bring him onto the show. I was supposed to bring him on today, but with the whole housing situation and almost crossing the line, I was so busy trying to get that just finalized, and it fell through on the last second, which I'm still gutted about and very bitter about. I didn't get a chance to actually message him. But, you know, there's so much tech in the Series X that isn't as powerful or jointed on the Series S. At what point do they start to lose parity? And at what point is it going to be acceptable for Microsoft to split the two versions in parity and have the Series S play the game, but it may just be missing some features? Like they did with Baldur's Gate 3. Xbox is better off making a handheld than a Pro. I don't think Xbox needs a Pro at all. Like I said, I think the Xbox right now is the best that they've utilized it is probably about 65%, maybe 70%. And even then, I'm questioning it. I just don't think they've, even really pushed the hardware. I mean, Hellblade 2 seems to be the only game that I can see that graphically is pushing everything. And even that, I don't even know if the backgrounds are pre-rendered or not. I don't know what is in real time and what's not. So until we get to play that, we won't know. But what game since the Series X has launched has really pushed the Xbox to the next level? Yeah, but Flight Sim is just demanding in itself, right? PC struggle to run Flight Sim. I don't count that. I remember my 2080 Super was struggling to run that. I feel the devs rather have a new console every 3 years than to optimize and use the tools they have. I do agree with that a little bit. Not 3 years though, maybe 4. But I think this notion that consoles last for, 5 to 7 years, it draws out too long. And then you have the Pro version come out. Instead of the Pro version, just release the second rendition of a console. All the Pro is doing is bridging the gap so that this generation can last longer. And it's not needed. Because, no matter how you look at it, Sony, even if they release the behemoth of a machine, in terms of memory, they'll be limited by what the PS5 has. So let's say the PS5 Pro had double the memory of the PS6, the PS5, right? They couldn't add any more stuff to it anyway because they still have to cater for the PS5 itself. So are they going to make the PS5 version so inferior that it's going to be missing features? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face for people on the PS5? So the mid-gen refresh, mid-gen upgrade, it doesn't make sense to me. If you need to do a mid-gen upgrade, you just release a new console. If they release a digital and a non-digital, yeah. 33 teraflops is actually running in dual issue with ND. What's it? RDNA 3. RDNA 3 runs what's called dual issue, and that's how they're getting that 33.5. It's actually 16 teraflops. So theoretically, technically, it's actually only 4 teraflops more powerful than a Series X. What they've done is they've got the Series S and the Series X, combined the GPUs and pushed it out. It's not 33 teraflops, it's 16 teraflops. Because RDNA 3 reports it with dual issue, and it's already been proven through RDNA 3 that the dual issue, though that it reports a higher number, you're not getting any benefit after 16 teraflops. Whoever the dev was, yeah. I mean, we're talking a graphics card between 4050 and 4060 at that point. I just don't see it happening. And those are terrible graphics cards, by the way. No one should ever buy them. The problem is how long it takes to make a game. The Pro versions are so devs can just turn up settings, not to rework the game for a new platform. Yeah. But it is what it is, right? But like when the original dev kits went out for Xbox, I'm not sure if any of you actually know. like some studios received the dev kits for the Series X 1 month before the console was released. That's crazy, right? 1 month. The Series X did not, Microsoft did not give the Series X any chance to succeed. They screwed it over literally from the get-go. Because the console wasn't ready to come out, Jacob. It just wasn't ready. With all the shortages and all the issues that they were having, it just wasn't ready. Tech wasn't ready. And they rushed releasing it. Because they needed to compete with the release of PlayStation. And that caused them an untold amount of problems. Get-go. And the reason why do you think no developers are using direct storage? It's been there for ages. Almost no developer is utilizing velocity architecture. To be fair, neither is Microsoft. You've got SFS technology. You've got mesh shaders, which Remedy is the only one that's decided to take advantage of. You got PFP, which really no one is taking advantage of. If you watch some of the demos that they actually did when they were talking about the Series X and S and how these technologies could be utilized to bump up performance and give a good resolution, nothing is being utilized. Just a raw basic stats. Because when the console was given to developers, they just didn't know how to use any of that. I mean, even now, I think Forspoken is the only game on PC that I know that's using direct storage. And it shortens loading times a lot. A lot. Like, it makes loading times faster than the PS5. That magical SSD is no longer magical with direct storage. But it does hit performance. That's the only impact. Like on a 4090, you lose like 10 to 20 frames by using direct storage. So it's still in its infancy. But it just depends how the developers are going to go about it. Isn't the Xbox UI on Windows basically the same as the Xbox already? Yep. I mean, they're different, but they're built on the same tech. The same software. Right now, the PS5 is Chrome, the Series S is Safari, and the X is Firefox. No one tests on Firefox. Hey, I test on Firefox, okay? I'm a good QA analyst. Yeah, people thinking that PSSR is going to be pushing ahead, they're crazy. 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 That's not going to happen. My dude, I test on Chrome and Chrome and Firefox on a Mac as well. I'm a good QA. I do my job properly. Always the more closely priced box for its performance. The Series X is a good machine. It's just not utilized. But over here we can see XDK, Xbox One, September 1, 2017. XDK registered on June 2020. And the XDK now unknown, registered March 2024. Based on what, Jakob? Did you see no one cares about Horizon? Dude, I didn't even know. Normally Sony reaches out and gives me a code. They didn't even do that this time. Maybe because I shat on Helldivers, but still. Running 120, no dips on PS5 Pro. I'm sure that's what he was saying. I had him in the background while I was... I mean, that would be impressive. But at what resolution? Sully, the resolution is important. Jakob, the media will do anything they can to get you to click or get others to click and make money. The aim is to make money. Look, Xbox has done it to themselves. For the past decade, they have underperformed, underdelivered, and underutilized. The Xbox One was really bad. And the Series X opened up without even Halo, right? Halo got laughed out of the room. That's how bad it was. We all remember Craig, right? I don't need to bring up Craig, do I? We all remember our friend Craig. And even like for the first year, you don't remember Craig? Okay, I'll show you Craig. I'll show you Craig. There's Craig. That's our good buddy Craig. It literally became a meme. Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. Swiftly moving on. But and don't forget to like and subscribe, folks. But yeah, they did it to themselves. Beyond, there is nothing special about SATA SSD on PS5. Seriously, X actually has faster in-game loading times in most single-player games. It's the NVMe is fast, right? But it's also the data transfer around the bus. It transfers in, garbage in, garbage out, lightning fast. That's a given. That's the PS5's gimmick, right? But PC has now gotten faster and can do it faster. I think with the Gen 5 NVMe, it's now faster. But it's taken a while. Don't you remember when the PS2 first came out? The front side bus was clocked at 2000 megahertz. And back then, that was seen like, oh my god, that's insane! The average PC was clocked at like 100, maybe 200 megahertz. The PS2 was at 2000 megahertz. That's crazy. Craig is our good buddy from Halo. He pops in from time to time to say hello. Jay, yeah. Yeah. 100%. 100%. I mean, that set the bar for Xbox, and they've stumbled all the while. And then they made the mistake of trying to buy Activision Blizzard. Like, I loved the court case. It was interesting. It was beautiful to see it. I mean, as someone who spent 3-4 years studying law, for me it was fascinating as hell to see a case that big in courts. Hey, Power Boss. It comes from Halo Infinite. Before they went back and redone it. Because Halo Infinite was built on Xbox One. It wasn't built on Xbox Series X. Like, why would you do that? Like, why would you build your flagship game on Xbox One? It makes no sense, folks. It makes no sense. Oh, no. They just named him Craig. He's just a grunt. I think it was GameStop that named him Craig, and then it stuck and it went. Just check. Mag said a dev at Respawn said using the PSSR. Yeah, but is it native? And I've seen Mag say a lot of things and then backtrack, so we'll see. And also, PSSR doesn't mean that it's running natively, by the way. PSSR means that it's being upscaled. Like, what's the base resolution it's running at? Yeah. If it's PSSR, it's not running native. We've just started, Power Boss. We're talking about the new Xbox and PS5. 10. Oh, shit. By the way, Steve, did you hear your buddy, Reforge? He believes that the Gears collection is going to go to PlayStation. He says there's no reason for Gears collection to skip PlayStation. It doesn't make sense releasing it only on a lesser platform that's going to do nothing for the game and on PC where no one's going to buy it. You put it on PlayStation where people will appreciate it. I mean, I get that, Bjorn, to get more customers, and I think that was a bad move. Leaf, is that real? I have no words. I mean, Reforge is special, right? Reforge is special. I finally tried Gears 5. It's meh. Graphics are the best thing about the game. I agree, Benaya. The problem with Gears 5 is that they played it too safe. They took no risks with that game at all. None. Yes, I just confirmed. Damn you, Leaf, damn. Putting Gears or Halo on PlayStation makes no sense. It would completely destroy the brand. I mean, the brand is hanging on by a thread as it is anyway, if you ask some people. How effing... What do you mean, how effing dare I? That game was safe. They did not take a single risk. Even the ending, where you had to make that choice, it didn't even feel deserved. The payoff wasn't there. Nothing in that... I mean, graphically, it was amazing. That sandstorm was wow. But it never really took any risks. Now, nothing will beat Dom's death, right? Dom's death stands by as one of the greatest moments in Xbox history. Because that dude should not have died. But because some people like Carmine, like Steve, Dom had to go. So for all you Dom lovers out there, blame Steve because he's a Carmine fan. Hey, Diablo, how's it going? My dude is smashing that unsubscribe button so fast I don't even think his keyboard realizes how many times he's pressed it right now. Gear 6 won't follow up your Gear 5's choice. I mean, I don't even know which one it's going to go with. It's going to go with something, right? Hey, Xbox Quackers, how's it going? Wonder how many PS5 Pro remakes they're going to do. Well, this is it, right? Like, we're looking at this over here, the PS5 Pro. 10% faster CPUs, 10% more RAM. It's not a lot. But that AI utilized PSSR might be the difference, but based on this, there's not much here. It's a small bump. That's good, Xbox. That's good, crackers. You only want Gears of War trilogy remake? I heard about I saw Unknown 9 at the Xbox presentation. That didn't look too bad. Do you think it's bad? Oh, you want God of War? Okay. Well, they're the same acronym. They're the same acronym. Can't blame me. Remember, Nintendo had some exclusive games that was only for the 3DS model called the 3. Yeah. Exclusives are good. The PS5 Pro remote just a remaster of the PS5. But the plot did thicken. The plot did thicken. The plot has thickened. So let's have a listen to this. Let me stop the music for a second. Let me know if you can hear this.
The upshot of this is, as Alex said...
Nope, there's double audio there. Alright, let's try that again.
The upshot of this is, as Alex said, is that the games that are targeting 30 FPS are not going to be targeting 60 frames per second on PlayStation 5 Pro if they're CPU limited. So, you know, all of the sort of conjectures that, hey, this is going to be a great box for Grand Theft Auto 6, we'll be able to run that at 60 frames per second, unless there's some magical CPU stuff being done by Rockstar. I suggest that's not going to happen. Extra 10% on clocks isn't really going to do much at all. It will help your sort of worst possible frame rates when you're CPU limited, but it's not a game changer. I think that's pretty clear. The upshot of this is...
So that should pretty much let people know where it stands. Like even Digital Foundry, having looked at the specs, don't believe it's going to be enough. Now, how good that super sampling resolution is going to be the key. But I still don't believe that it's going to run GTA 6 at 60 frames per second. Now, they've probably got tons and tons of QA working on that. They've spent over $2 billion on that game. But I think this one over here, this is scary, right? Well, not scary, but Sony is not happy. As expected, Sony has launched an internal investigation into the leaked documents on Trinity as it leaked during a third-party rollout. Not sure on the implications yet, as I don't think they can catch one individual, but Sony could reduce its third-party developer pool for new tech as a result. But it looks like the leaks are actually real. Benaya, yeah, they've spent a lot of money on that game. That's why they want to charge $150, $200 for it. They want to recover that money as soon as possible. Rim giant. Son doesn't care if this leaks. It's just making people talk. Not really, because if they decide to change the specs, and people are now, you know, making plans based on these. I mean, making plans on leaks is stupid anyway. But, you know, it's going to be interesting if they change it drastically when it comes out. But I think what we've seen here with Sony wouldn't have bothered with an internal investigation if these leaks weren't real. So it looks like the specs that are out there are real. But what this does do, right? If Microsoft was planning something now, Microsoft has the upper hand. They can go, like if they were almost at the same spec, they can go and overclock their CPU just a little bit more, overclock that graphics card a little bit more to get some more teraflops out of it. You know, once you have your opposition specs, it becomes a lot more easier to counteract it, right? Take it easy, Jakob. Did you hear that Sony high management are not happy about Bungie? Yeah, we're going to watch a video on that in a little bit. I think it'd be too late if they're at that stage. Well, not necessarily. See, not necessarily, because in order for you to be able to stress test something to make sure it can run at a few clocks higher isn't that difficult. And Benaya, all I've been seeing is boring crap yet again, not interested, not playing, rubbish, all this and all that. I didn't watch it. I actually wanted to watch it, but like I said, I just had a bad time today. Too bad people were... And I know I keep saying that, but one day you're going to hear me say I had a good time. I really wanted to come today with some good news. And I almost did. We were that close. I had it recommended, even though I don't watch. Oh, people were just spamming L in chat? Yeah. Bungie isn't going to leave Sony. Sony's going to take over. Sony is going to take over. But it does look like those details are a thing. Why is Phil Spencer trending? What is wrong with Phil Spencer playing Fallout 76? I'm confused. But what is wrong with him playing Fallout 76? Can the guy not play video games? I'm really confused about this. Like, I had this planned for a later part of the stream, but this seems to be something that people are complaining about. You see Phil Spencer there. You know, dude, there's nothing wrong with Fallout 76. I'm playing Redfall. Sometimes I think... Yeah, you probably ain't wrong, Mahayanist. People have a hate stigma for 76, even though it's actually a pretty fun game now. Yeah, I mean, it looks much more fixed now than it was before, right? Previously, you'd see everyone T-posing or falling through the railings, or you go into this hut and you just die. Hey, you haven't played Redfall, Benaya, so you can't really say that. No, Redfall is actually good now. I was playing it with Steve and Bruno the other night. I think we was on it for like 3-4 hours. When did you last play it, Benaya? Oh, there you go. Secondary Protocol. That's Bruno. We had a lot of fun. And I didn't die once. Steve, on the other hand, man, I had to pretty much tie him around my waist and drag him along the way. I mean, just like Helldivers, right? Helldivers Solo is probably one of the worst games you'll ever play in your life, but multiplayer is a good game. Some games aren't designed to be played solo. But still, I just don't see what the big hate train is because he's playing Fallout 76. I mean, I know Peter's got a massive stick up his ass for it. Wait, Colt Eastwood was there? Which one of these is Colt Eastwood then? Jackson JB? I don't know. It's weird to me. Mate, that AI was ripping the living shit out of me the other night. I don't know what you're talking about. They came at me, surrounded me, and beat the living shit out of me. I went down like a sack of bricks. No, it runs 60 FPS now. I've played Prey. It's a different game. I've played the original Prey, the West Indian one, and the second one in the laboratory. They're different games, dude. Prey is a single-player experience, and it plays totally different. I don't go into Redfall expecting that experience. If you were, I don't know what to tell you. I wouldn't have done that. I actually went into Redfall expecting a Destiny-like experience. And I didn't get that either. I mean, on launch, it was just a mess. Yeah, they did. Until ZeniMax came along and said, well, Helldivers is advertised as playable solo, and it's absolutely shit. So should we rate Helldivers 1 out of 10 as well? Because on solo, it's absolutely dog shit. Because it is literally worse than dog shit. Unlike dogs who smell their own shit, they'd look at Helldivers and go, oh my fucking god, that is worse than mine. No, I'm just saying, Helldivers is a good game. It's not designed for solo play. It can be played solo, but it's not designed for solo play. That's the point I'm making. Helldivers is a good game. But just because you can play it solo, but it's not designed to be played in solo. And you know, Arrowhead came on their website, says, not every game is made for everyone. But in multiplayer, I like it. Redfall, I don't like solo. I've tried playing it solo. It's boring. Solo, it's boring. Multiplayer is fun because I get to watch people die and run up and save them. But I did think the first Prey was better than the second Prey. Now, my gun was always out. The only way Redfall going to shake the narrative is with a PS5 release. Rum, you're probably not wrong. Chat and I should I buy a PS5 right this second? If you like their games, why not? If you don't, then it's a waste of money. Although right this second, I'd wait for the Pro. At this point, I'd wait for the Pro. Starfield was designed... The way they went to design Starfield, I don't get, and I don't think I'll ever understand. I think it was weird that they designed it in that way. But I don't... Like you, Benaya, I don't think it deserves the hate. Now, did Redfall deserve the hate it got at launch? Absolutely. That game was beyond broken. At launch, Redfall was beyond broken. Anyone that tries to defend that game is lying. But they fixed it now. I was actually asking Steve the other day, but apparently there's supposed to be some DLC coming for Redfall. I wonder if they're still going to honor that. Hey, go away. The Pro isn't very different, but why get an inferior version when the superior version is coming out in like a month or two, or maybe 3? And it will cost the same amount of money. I'd feel cheated, honestly. I don't see the Pro being any more than $599, not with those specs. To be fair, Redfall should have been cancelled. I agree. The developers did not want to make it. And, the launch showed that. The developers had no heart in it. They didn't want to make it. And some of the stuff in the game, you can clearly see that there was no passion there. But ZeniMax wanted it. ZeniMax got it. But am I happy that it's not cancelled now? Yeah, because it's actually in a good place now. I rarely ever get rid of consoles I buy. Sully. That's why you have like 3 PS4 PS5 controllers like me. You play for 4 hours, reload. Another 4 hours, reload. While the other 2 are being charged. And then you pretty much just reload every 4 hours and you're good. I mean, my controller, this one, I think the software in this one is bugged. Because it tells me that I've got no battery in it. And I still can play for like 2 hours. It tells me my battery's low. And then 2 hours later, it just turns off. But also, with mine, it lasts longer than 4 hours. I get like, 6 hours out of mine? Maybe a little more. But, I turned down some of the features because I don't want it. Folks, hit that like button, hit that subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you like more content on this channel. We are doing well. We are doing good. We're at 65 strong with 31 likes. You guys can do better than that. Alright, so for those of you that like Game Pass, we are getting Open Roads, which is supposed to be a cool game. This is one of the ones I was looking to showcase soon, but this one is like a adventure game. It's interesting. Evil West is one that you may or may not like. It's a hit and miss. The Quarry is a good game. You got Hot Wheels, if you like that sort of thing, could be fun. Terra Invicta, I have no idea what this is, like at all. None at all. But it's on PC, so it's probably going to be a strategy game. Ark Survival Ascended, finally coming to Game Pass, and I'm assuming no one's interested in that either. Super Hot Mind Control Delete. Formula 1, and of course, Diablo 4. The Quarry is literally just looking at videos. Well, I just saved you some money, Sully. You see? I knew doing these was cool. So, when are they coming? Today you have MLB The Show 24 and Lightyear Frontier. This might be worth checking out. This is another early access preview game. I've heard good things about it. Not my style, but you might want to check it out. It is available today. On the 20th, you've got The Quarry. 21st, you've got Evil West. 26th for PC, you've got Terra Invicta. 28th, you've got Diablo 4. Then you've got Hot Wheels, Unleashed 2, and Open Roads. Then the 1st of... Did I read those dates right? I guess 1st of April, Survival Ascended. I guess that's going to be an April Fool's. And April the 2nd, you're looking at Super Hot. I had Diablo 4 and they refunded it. I feel very, very cheated by that. Who will play Ascended? Diablo 4 is not turn-based. Someone sent me a video. I think it was Quack Quack. Alright, let's check this video out. It's by your good old buddy DCG. I know how you all like DCG. There are 16 PlayStation exclusives that were Game of the Year nominees, and several others like Final Fantasy 15 that aren't. Ascended has building, right? So they're both not... I don't want to know about both of them. I wouldn't believe everything you see on Wikipedia, though.
What's up, gamers? Dreamcast guy.
He sounds like he's got a bug. Oh, we can do the enhanced bitrate. All right, who's sticking it in? Who's sticking it in? Come on. Come on. Who's going to stick it in? Anyone? You might not get it back. You're not desperate.
What's up, gamers? Dreamcast guy here, and today we're talking about a very nice but very weird leak that just came out from PlayStation.
Why does it always show the controller? Also, which collector's edition is that from? Anyone know what it's from? It looks familiar. Is that a God of War one?
Station that apparently they are downright pissed at Bungie, claiming that they've lost them billions of dollars. And I want to go through this leak because it's just kind of baffling to me, if I'm being honest. But let's go through it bit by bit. Hi, I hope you're having a great day. If you could, give this video a like, and strange to me is because it's not even been 2 years since PlayStation bought Bungie for $3.6 billion. And
that broke the bank. That broke the bank.
At the time was actually seen as a huge win. The idea that PlayStation was going to have a multi-platform studio. Obviously,
Mate, the only win I saw from this was the fact that they were going to make live-action movies. And it never happened. So this still sucks.
Their main game, Destiny, is on Xbox, it's on PC, it's on PlayStation, so this seemed like an interesting way to generate extra money. Now, later on, Sony said that this is the beginning of their live service initiative, that they wanted to have a games as a service style version of games like.
Alright. Thank you for subscribing. I don't even want to butcher that name. Bonasif. Falmi Saif.
Like The Last of Us and Horizon, and basically anything they thought that could become a living, existing world with battle passes and microtransactions. They were attempting to do that with Bungie's help. Well, apparently all of that has completely fallen apart internally. So there's two main sources for this, and we're going to take a look at both of them. But the first one is this big video by Axtercross. I never know how to pronounce this guy's name, but essentially
it's Aztecross. Aztecross. It's not difficult. It's Aztecross.
He got an email apparently about the future of Destiny, and
if you're gonna watch that video, I'm just gonna go to his
ready
video.
to just straight up consume Bungie, just eating the leadership and maybe breaking the company apart. So Bungie's leadership is viewed as a problem. We know that Sony's takeover, if possible, if not likely, wow. And we know that Final Shape pre-orders are very, very low, which is.
Okay, so this is the situation with Destiny 2, which is a real shame because, you know, I actually used to love Destiny. In my opinion, Destiny 1 was still a better game. But anyway, I digress. Lightfall hurt Destiny in ways that Bungie cannot recover from. Lightfall was so shit. And I mean this, like, in the most sincerest way, that Lightfall was so shit that the average gamer would much rather be stuck with playing Kong, Golem, Quantum Error, and that Walking Dead game for the rest of their life than having to replay Lightfall again. Lightfall was so shit, it shouldn't have been allowed to exist. It was literally that bad. They made the area overly difficult, which no one asked for no reason. The story was so shit. The person that died, I called out he was dead before we even got there. And once I saw him trying to hold that thing, I mean, I know Taz isn't here, but I pretty much said the whole story before we even got there. And by the end of the goddamn story of the whole campaign, you still asked yourself, what the fuck was what is the veil? You know, they spent a whole campaign to explain one thing and they didn't even explain it. On top of that, the actual missions and content was just bad. It was just bad. The whole expansion was just piss poor shit. And it really, really, really hurt. You know, put it this way. If I had to compare Lightfall to a situation, if I had to compare it to a situation, I would say that it is on par with Microsoft's Kinect announcement, DRM. You know that how much shit Microsoft got when they announced DRM and Kinect and how much people literally went at them? Yeah, I would put it on par with that in terms of how shit it was. Like, that's how bad it was. Lightfall was just plain shit. And it hurt. And it damaged the game. And that one expansion literally ruined it for so many people. Even I, who decided to give it another chance. Lightfall just... I mean, you come off the back of Witch Queen, which was a great expansion. I mean, it wasn't Forsaken, right? Forsaken, in my opinion, arguably was better than The Taken King. Forsaken was insane. Forsaken was just on another level. And why was that on another level? Because it was Activision who made that expansion. Vicarious Visions and High Moon, right? They're the ones that did the majority of the work for Forsaken. Vicarious Visions is amazing just to see the work that they did with that and Warmind as well, for that matter. It was really good. But then you come off of that and you got the Witch Queen, which was pretty good. It was really good, actually. But, not Forsaken good. And then you come to Lightfall and you deliver that garbage. No. Forsaken was better than The Taken King. It just had so much more. And, at the moment, the pre-orders are less than 40% of what they expected. Less than 40% of... So they expected, based on their projections, let's say they expected 1 million. They got less than 400,000 pre-orders. No one is pre-ordering. From Astacross, his whole team hasn't pre-ordered it, and they're waiting for the first week to see if it's going to be the same shit over and over again. Because the first mission is always good in Destiny. The first mission, they put all their budget into because it's free to play. The first mission of any expansion is free to play for all players. So all their budget goes into that to wow the user. And they do. They dazzle you and bedazzle you. And the missions after that are all copy and paste, rinse and repeat, same bullshit with nothing delivered. It's just crap. But the parts after the first one, as a free-to-play player, you have to pay to find out. So you play this awesome mission at the start, this really cool mission that blows your mind away, and you're like, right, this is so good. You drop your $70 down, you get in, and then you're like, what the fuck did I just pay for? Oh, yay, I'm doing the same strikes again that I've did for the last 7 years. Yay! Destiny had a cool story, a good premise. The raids were fun to do. They never used to be like single gimmick-minded stuff. It was just, overall, it was the first of its real kind, and it worked. As a co-op team-based game, it worked. But as it went on, the quality went down and down, and the bugs went up and up, and it just became worse and worse as it went along. I mean, the only reason I'm hearing people even want to even continue playing this right now is because the story ends with Lightfall. That's it. I mean, can you imagine that the only reason people are interested in playing Destiny right now and getting the final expansion is because it finishes the 10-year story? I mean, that must sting, right? I mean, I get it. People buying it, no matter how they buy it, is a win for Bungie. But they don't even care for the game. All they want to do is play the story and then piss off. That's gotta sting. That's gotta sting. But that just tells you just how much the game has fallen. And vaulting was just a no-no. The vaulting of the content? Nah, that doesn't fly. You vaulted content I paid for. I literally, I think 70% of my raid team quit because they vaulted content that people paid for. It doesn't matter if people use that content or not. I paid for it, so I should have access to it. It's that simple.
Is apparently supposed to be the last expansion or one of the last expansions of Destiny 2. So basically, Paul Tassi is the biggest.
And it is supposed to be the last expansion, by the way. Lightfall, from everything we know, is the last expansion of Destiny. From that point on, they are going to run episodes, and it'll have 3 episodes a year.
Destiny journalist. He writes about other gaming stuff, but I think this is one of his main bread and butters. And he's like, okay, this might be real, but I don't know. This is stuff that people have said before. Well, another leaker actually...
There is no Destiny 3. I mean, not in the plans anyway. I think what they want to do from that point is focus on Marathon and Gummy Bears. Gummy Bears is a code name for a game. Or if it is the real name, I don't know. But Destiny has run its course. Bungie just doesn't know what to do with it anymore. And they can't keep adding on to Destiny 2 because it just falls apart.
Really chimed in. And I want to go through this bit by bit because it's very obviously somebody that does know what they're talking about. And it's kind of... It points to some cracks in the PlayStation armor. So, I'm writing this on a throwaway account. Please use this info to corroborate the other sources you may have. Internal perspective at Sony is very negative towards Bungie right now. It is seen as a failed investment, and strategies are being discussed to revolve around recouping losses. Wow.
So the reason why it's regarded as a negative and as a failed investment is because they brought Bungie in to spearhead and advise and push their live service games. The first thing they did is go to Factions and say Factions was shit, when I don't think it was. I mean, I never saw it, but I still had faith in Factions, and I'm disappointed it's cancelled. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure they also had a hand in cancelling Into the Spiderweb as well. Because they probably looked at those games and went, oh shit, these games are really good. We better tell them to cancel these games because we're going to look real dumb. But they didn't really deliver on anything that they were brought in to do. And they couldn't even deliver in making money themselves. Was it this year or last year? They missed their projections by 43%. It's crazy. Harvest the Benny with the £4.99. Warframe has a much better story in my opinion, and their expansions are free. I can think of many games that have as much an in-depth universe. I'm assuming that says can't think of many games that have as much an in-depth universe as Warframe does. Warframe's universe is good, and there's a rich story in there. That I do agree with. Hey, look, when the PS5 Pro comes out, I'm calling it, yeah? Just before we continue, I'm calling it. When the PS5 Pro comes out, we are going to get The Last of Us Part 1 Remake Remastered. We're going to get The Last of Us Part 2 Remake Remastered. We're going to get Gran Turismo 7 Remake Remastered. We're going to get Ghost of Tsushima Remake Remastered Director's Cut Definitive Edition. We're going to get... What is the other one? Uncharted Hyper Fighting Super Combo Remastered Remake Edition. We're going to get all of those. You'll see.
So they're essentially saying that the $3.6 billion they spent, they've made almost none of that back. Okay, so that is weird to see on paper, but other discussions have actually sort of confirmed this. Apparently, Bungie was losing money right before PlayStation bought them. Part of the reason that Sony even saw a price tag on the studio is because they were beginning to flounder, and it seems like PlayStation thought that they could swoop in and save them and make some extra cash.
Bollocks, Sony moved in and bought them because they wanted to utilize their live service capabilities. Stop lying. Even that's lying. That's bullshit. Straight up that's bullshit. You're just lying at your bollocks at that point. Horizon Forbidden West. Was that remastered or remade? I don't think that was. I mean, you can't count the PC one. That's the first release. But yeah. He's chatting shit there. They bought Bungie purely for their live service capabilities.
In the process, and it managed to completely collapse. Now, part of the reason this is just so strange is the timing of it. This is right as Jim Ryan is beginning to retire. Jim Ryan, the current head of PlayStation, is about to quit, and it seems like his final order has been to try and downsize a lot of different aspects of PlayStation. We have seen thousands of layoffs of a bunch of different studios.
My dude thinks Jim Ryan is calling the shots. My dude, where have you been? He's missed the memo that Hiroki Totoki is running the show now. He must have missed that memo quite some time ago.
Even Insomniac, which is one of the most profitable PlayStation studios, because a lot of these different parts of PlayStation were working on those live service games. Naughty Dog was doing that Last of Us Online. Guerrilla was working on Horizon Zero Dawn. Obviously, everybody, though, it sounds like that they were being reported to talk to Bungie. Bungie was going to help them make these live service games because they have so much experience with growing and functioning freaking Destiny. So,
Power Boss, his last day is on the 31st, right? I'm not sure if you've heard of the term gardening leave. What that means is, even though you're like the CEO or in charge, you essentially don't even bother going into the office because you're leaving and someone else has already assumed control. You're essentially CEO by name, but someone else at that point is running the show in the background, and that person is Hiroki Totoki.
Oh, it seems like all of this is just possibly imploding like a house of cards. Destiny doesn't know what they're doing. Bungie is actually just not being the taste maker that perhaps PlayStation wanted with their other live service games, many of which have now been canceled, including the Spider-Man one. It's weird to think about them trying to figure out how to get back those billions that they just spent. So this part right here, it's written in a weird way, but it says, one internal leader from the U.S. is fighting to take over to right the ship, while many other across the Pacific want a much harsher method. So all of this right here, it's being phrased in a strange way, but I think what they're trying to say is that a lot of the developers here in the U.S. that are working at PlayStation are kind of battling against PlayStation headquarters, who perhaps are just wanting to come in and sweep out all leadership, cut everything that isn't immediately profitable, and try and make it more in the green, even if it's not instantly making cash.
See, I take this a different way. You've got the US wanting to come in, take leadership, and do what they need to do to make the company right. You've got people in Japan who want to come in and just shut Bungie down entirely. That's how I'm reading that. When they say across the Pacific and want a much harsher method to me means guillotine, right? To me, that means just guillotine. They're just going to literally guillotine that shit and game over. There's no more Bungie. They're just literally going to sever that connection, amputate it, and just shut it down. They'll absorb what employees they can and then remove the rest, and then take those projects in-house. No more Spider-Man games from Sony, please. Those are insufferable.
The former U.S. leader holds a lot of respect for the overseas leadership, so it's most likely that he or she will get their way. That person's perspective is that there are many gluttonous executives at Bungie who are not doing their jobs and are hindering the organization. It is believed that workers are skilled, but the leadership is unable to perform their duties. Now, this doesn't sound too surprising. A lot of game studios lately seems like they have a lot of very high paid, and if I'm being very mean, some incredibly stupid executives at the top who are getting a huge amount of pay. Like, my thought is that if a lot of these developers are getting $50,000 a year and you have two executives that are earning $2 million a year, it seems like it'd be pretty easy to fire the two executives that suck at their job and either hire.
I mean, don't you remember when Bungie were doing their original layoffs and the employees asked, have you guys considered taking a pay cut rather than getting rid of all these people? And the executives turned around and said, this isn't that sort of company. Like, those people, all they care about is their pay. And they have been squeezing Eververse and the microtransactions and trying to double dip. I mean, even the Halloween events that used to be a free event, they've introduced new battle passes into those. So you buy a battle pass, which is already in the game, and then you have to buy a second battle pass and double dip just so you can get all the rewards. Like, they have been squeezing that community so hard, it's ridiculous. And all they've cared about is, just trying to extract as much bone marrow that's left, because they've squeezed pretty much all the blood that's out of their community. There's nothing there left. Now they've grabbed onto the bones and are trying to, squeeze out any bone marrow that's left so they can take that as well before they're satisfied. That is the Bungie executive team. They're arseholes.
Hire a lot more freaking developers, or at least get more help that isn't going to be as expensive and actually makes the games better. So it sounds like it is believed that the workers are skilled, but leadership is unable to perform their duties. This does sound like PlayStation is tempted to do a forced takeover. Bungie is in a hard spot because pre-order numbers are lower than anticipated. I apologize, I don't have actual numbers on this, but Sony believes that the finances will not allow Bungie to avoid a takeover even with another round of layoffs, as that would cannibalize development and future revenue. Wow, this is such an interesting thing. So it sounds like Sony realizes that there is a potential to make money off of Bungie, but they don't want to burn down the house to try and make an extra door. They realize, okay, we need to try and fire the people that suck and save the huge chunk of people that do know what they're doing so we can make some cash off of this beyond just the idea of making Destiny profitable. I'm sure they still want these games to be more lucrative than they currently are. Overall, Sony has been very upset at Bungie leadership. They have not been able to successfully advise Sony teams, and while Lightfall hit internal revenue targets, every target since has been missed at an escalating decline. So they're actually losing more and more and more money. Bungie leadership regular reschedule meetings with Sony leadership know that the next time slot can be months away. So
that is actually true. Like, Lightfall, regardless of how shit it was, it broke records for Bungie. It did. It set, it smashed every record they had. It sold really well. If you look at Steam charts alone and just see on Steam how many people were playing day one on Lightfall, it's crazy. That number shot up like ridiculously high. But then it just crashed, and it continued crashing. And it's not the same. It's not just on PC. It's the same on Xbox and PlayStation. No one wanted to play. It just got more and more boring.
Try to avoid their calls while attempting to boost those pre-order numbers.
Hey,
I think these guys can hear the guillotine calling. These guys are about to get chopped up. I hope this sheds some light on the ongoings from Sony's side. It is believed that the takeover could allow Sony to turn Destiny into a more profitable game. This sounds bad, but it's being treated as a lightning in a bottle. Sony leadership wants to nurture the game and understands that more aggressive monetization would not be healthy.
And that's the key, right? See, Bungie has, over the years, been removing more and more and more from the game and putting it into the microtransaction store. But a way to keep a game healthy, especially in a game like Destiny, is to turn around and give something back to your consumers, make them feel good, and then when they feel good, they want to support you. Because if they feel like shit, they're not going to want to support you. Right? It's really that simple. Hey, anonymous boss. You know, there's no two ways about it. If I feel good about a game, I don't mind dropping $5 here or $10 here to support the team because I'm enjoying the game. You know, I pay for my subscription on Final Fantasy. I was having a great time at the time. I didn't mind dropping $10-15 on a mount. I didn't mind doing that. I actually felt good about it because I'm supporting the game that I'm really enjoying. But if you're not enjoying the game and you're being nickel and dimed and squeezed to the point where they're saying, hey, in order to get this upgrade of 0.05%, you're going to have to go and kill 7,000, fallen enemies, but not any fallen. You have to kill the ones that you can barely find. And after all of that, you don't even get any real payoff reward. All you get is at 0.5, no weapon skin or anything to sweeten the deal. You feel like shit and you don't want to do it anymore. The catalysts take forever. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. You just don't want to do them. They become boring, tedious. It becomes like a job, a chore with no carrot at the end. They took all the carrots away. You're just a pony that's being beaten with no carrot. I guess it makes sense. They're owned by PlayStation now. But, without that carrot to make you feel good about accomplishing something and getting rewarded at the end for something really cool, like a ghost shell or a sparrow or, a weapon skin or an exotic skin or even just an armor skin, because you can do glamour now. But even the glamour, they monetized. For you to change your outfit in Destiny, they monetized that. They said you can do it 3 times a season, and after that, give me money. Like, what the fuck? Just to change your fucking look in a game, give me money. Fucking idiots.
Okay, even as a person that does not play Destiny, this to me is the best part of this entire league. Is straight up, I am sick of companies that buy a company or buy a studio or buy a game and then just fill it with microtransactions, expecting, oh, if one microtransaction makes us $20, then 2 microtransactions will make us $40. It never works like that. It always ends up blowing up in their faces. I'm glad that it sounds like Sony realizes that the game just needs to be good. But I still have to say, in all of this, I'm still shocked by the turnaround of it. This must have been bleak. PlayStation must have just been looking at this and immediately, right out of the gate, realizing they overpaid for it. This was said even when they initially bought it. $3.6 billion for Bungie just seems like, most people were saying at the time that it was maybe worth about $2 billion, but they paid extra to keep the entire development team. Sometimes
Leafstorm, that's impossible considering Microsoft made over $30 billion in profit in assets alone. The moment Activision deal closed, they made over $30 billion in assets alone in terms of profits. So that was a really good buy for Microsoft. They walked away $30 billion richer.
Sometimes you'll pay less for a studio and then fire people down to the actual value. PlayStation purposely overpaid to keep the developers. So to me, it would be a huge shock if they started to fire the actual workforce. But what do you guys think about this? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And if this seems like a big old cup of milk.
I can totally see the developers getting rid of more, the executives getting rid of more Bungie staff just because. I can totally see that. 100%. Without any shadow of doubt. I can totally see that. Hey, has anyone seen Forbidden West with mods? Let's check it out. Apparently this is from channel Ultra on Command with 40 views in 10 hours. He has 1.37k subs, so let's check out his content. I'll drop him a like. Nope, you got copyright music, so that goes off. So this is supposed to be running 4K with mods. Why does she run around like she's got a douche? Like she's just got a massive deuce in her. That is running 30 FPS. I mean, the lighting is really nice. I'll give it that. The glares and stuff, the blooms, they look really nice. Oh shit, that looks really nice. Oh, those God rays. A little too extravagant, if you ask me, for those God rays. And Capcom wants to kill mod support. Well, people want to monetize the mods, don't they? I did think that that looks really nice. I don't remember. I mean, you can see it's dropping frames though. This dude said it was 4K 60. That is not 4K 60. And that doesn't look as good. See, the actual gamma there was way too high. Right? Just look at it. Look at that green stuff just was way too bright. They've upped the gamma too much. I don't like it. I mean, it's definitely sharper, but it doesn't look like it's had any work done to it from the PS5 version. It just looks like they upscaled it, sharpened up the textures a little bit, and just given it a higher resolution. Honestly, that's all it looks like they've done. Okay, that water effect looked kind of cool. Oh, he pissed. Yeah. I was expecting better, honestly. I'm a little disappointed. Oh, Stellar Blade is going to sell more than anything you can get out there. Stellar Blade has got all the right plot points. I've got it on console. Completed it already. Look, all I'm saying is, from what I've seen, the plot on Stellar Blade is actually really good. the plot has got, it intrigues you in all the right places, and there are quite a few plot points, around 4, that really stick out, that really get you like intrigued and interested to see what's going on and what's happening. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how those 4 plot points develop. Steven. Power Boss, I guarantee you that game is going to sell buckets, and all for the right reasons. Because the game has an amazing plot. It's got a big plot. Oh, I'm sure you really do want to get behind Jay. I'm pretty sure you do. Rum Punch, man, I think it does. I don't know what you're talking about, Steve. If I did, I'd answer, but I have no idea. That is a good question, Steve. That is a good question. So it looks like Risk It is at it again. So BV asked, with the PS5 Pro coming out this fall, what should Xbox do? Mid-gen or no mid-gen? I said mid-gen just to help them out, but obviously it doesn't need a mid-gen. Not with the way the Xbox is designed. Right? You can see my rating there anyway. But it doesn't need a mid-gen. The Series X is powerful enough to pretty much push forward. All it needs is for developers to utilize it. So Risk It says, this poll shows the delusion of most of the Xbox community at the moment. I don't want my console to be the best place to play. That's what you're saying. That is not what they're saying. What they're saying is the Series X is powerful enough, it doesn't need it. That's what they're saying. I want to be the most powerful console at all times. That's called a PC. But hey, I don't have a narrative to protect. But yeah, what he's talking about here is called a PC. He should do well in investing in one. But then BV decided that he's going to go full nib GBT. No one should go full nib, right? I'm telling you, this is bad. No one should go full nib. But he's decided that he's going to go full nib. With all due respect, the Xbox Series X is currently the most powerful console, yet it appears that not all developers fully leverage this hardware's capabilities. That is because Sony paid them not to. It's really that simple. Sony pays them money as the market leader, as the platform of choice, the target platform, to make sure that the Series X does not utilize all of its capabilities. I've known this for a while, but Digital Foundry also confirmed it not that long ago. But this has been a thing. Like, even back in the day when I was working in the games industry, this was a thing. So anyone that's worked in the industry will tell you, this is not some BS thing. This is real. So, and it does beg the question, if you are being hindered and blocked and prevented from, pushing your hardware to the next level, why even bother making something so powerful? I guess that's probably one of the reasons why they came out with the S. One, it's more accessible to more people. Two, it was really aimed for the Japanese market, even though it didn't really succeed. And number three, at the end of the day, the Series X, even though it is the most powerful console, it's not going to be utilized. Maybe now with the Pro, it just might be. Considering the scenario from a strategic perspective rather than one of delusion, it seems prudent for Xbox to focus on enhancing its existing platform rather than developing a new powerful mid-generation console. Agreed. Utilize what's there, push what's there, and, squeeze all the power out of that console. It can do more, right? Especially when third-party developers may not fully optimize for it, and with plans for a next-generation console in 2026, it just doesn't make sense for a mid-gen refresh. I mean, I can get the digital Series X coming, but that can't be that can't be this. New Xbox dev kit rated. That can't be that. It can't be the refresh because there's no power gain. There's no performance gain. So when it says new Xbox dev kit, to me that says it's a more powerful, or if not more powerful, it's a different piece of hardware entirely. Because there'd be no reason for this to exist in Korea now. It should have been there years ago, right? Alright. The emphasis appears to be on first-party games, with a promising lineup expected this year. And those games need to be staple. They need to be pushing the Xbox and blowing out the wall. Look, I get the multi-plat games, they can't do it, right? But their own in-house games, they can. And they should be showing the world that this is the power of the Xbox, this is what's capable, and if those developers like Capcom, Square Enix, or anyone else out there isn't doing it, that shit's on them, and go complain to them for not utilizing our hardware. But this is what our hardware can do. I want everyone else to be doing this, not underperforming or under-delivering. And then at that point, the public gets involved, the consumers get involved, and goes and asks the relevant publishers, why the hell are you charging me X amount of money, $70, and delivering an inferior product when we know you can do better? But that's not happening either. I wouldn't say it's too early. If 2026 is when the next gen hardware is coming out, giving them a year to two to work on, less than 2 years to work on a game, I think that's reasonable time for a launch title. Regarding the notion of protecting a narrative, my perspective is on the potential for innovation. Plus, as we already know, there's, other studios have already got the next-gen dev kits, such as the desire for a handheld device, with the power of a Series S pioneering the next generation by taking a bold step forward. Much like the transition to 360, reflects forward thinking. For those like yourself speaking the utmost in gaming power, transitioning to PC gaming is a viable option. So, I think Viking here has a point, but he's also not quite on it. He needs to understand that Microsoft need to be leading the charge. They need to be pushing the boundaries. They need to be showing other developers what the Xbox can do. And Hellblade is going to be that first game, in my opinion, since launch, to demonstrate just how powerful it can be. And I reckon the next Gears, whenever that's going to appear, will probably be the next one after that. I don't remember the DirectX name, but it's either going to be the handheld or the next generation console. But like I said, if it's a handheld, it will most likely be at the power of the Series S. I can't see it being at the power of an X. But with the internals, it might actually outperform the Series S because it's going to be running at a lower resolution and have a smaller screen. So, who knows? Who knows? But Microsoft needs to be taking charge. And I don't really understand what they're doing, because they're not doing that. But also, it looks like they've completely abandoned Europe, right? It looks like they've completely just dropped out of Europe, and whether it's because they're pissed off with the CMA or what, I don't know. But they have no desire to continue in Europe. Like, I don't get that at all. Like, why don't they want to... what is it about Europe that they don't want to take part in? They've literally just decided to lock it out. I would be shocked if they bought Square Enix. Square Enix won't be bought. I mean, Europe is a no-brainer, Benaya. They should be pushing Europe. They were once strong in that market. They don't advertise. They have zero presence. I mean, they still have their games in the shops, like at least in London anyway. But it just doesn't make sense why there's literally no presence. No advertising on buses, on billboards, on TV, nothing. Literally nothing. There is no presence of Xbox. Now, we used to, as an agency, do a lot of work for Xbox a few years ago. And I mean a lot of marketing. And they just cut that. Like, they came in one day and said, we're not doing it anymore. We don't want to do it. And they just stopped. This was about 2 years ago. And they've literally done zero marketing since. Benaya, they have no presence here. I bet half the people don't even know what that Forza Motorsport even exists in this on Xbox yet. Right? You're right, Forza would do well here, but people just don't know it exists. Yeah, but Xbox hasn't won the US, hasn't won Japan, or hasn't won Europe. But there's no reason to have this much of a deficit in Europe. There's none. Like, what benefit does it have you? Dude, we have a bunch of gamers at work, and they don't know what Game Pass is. And they are gamers. They're not the normie gamers. But they're not far off it. But they don't know what Game Pass is. Like, they work on the project. I mean, they used to work on the project. But they don't know what Game Pass is. Because even on, like, the project work, it's not explained. I've looked through the documentation back in the day. It's never explained what it is. No one knows what it is. No one knows, like, the benefits of Game Pass. It's so weird how Microsoft is actively, you know, sabotaging their own platform in countries that it could potentially do well in. Instead, all they're doing is going to, like, ISPs, like internet providers, and saying, hey, if this person signs up to full fiber internet, give them what, well, you know, you can bundle together 1 year's worth of Game Pass Ultimate. That's not advertising. The average person won't even use that. They just give it to someone else. For one, you're right. But they can't kill the hardware. They can't kill the hardware because the US isn't ready yet. That's the problem. They can't kill the hardware because the US is not ready for cloud gaming. Now, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out, chat. You know, I'm always looking at things objectively, right? I'm never going to bullshit you. I'm always going to shoot straight. But hear me out. What if? Because Microsoft is putting all their eggs into one basket and they are pushing hard for the cloud, right? They're pushing real hard for a future where cloud dominates. That's why they did this 15 year deal with Ubisoft. That's why they did this 10-year deal with GeForce Now and Boosteroid and Ubiquitous and whatever the other fuck they are. That's why they did all this, right? Because right now there's just no progress in getting in a position in the US where the internet is unmetered. So they're not ready right now to be in a place where the console itself cannot exist. What if that future doesn't arrive in 20 years? All they've done is diminish themselves to a point of complete non-relevancy by pushing to a goal that potentially could never come to fruition. How do we know that Microsoft marketing isn't locked out of those countries in Europe? They're not. I assure you. There's no reason for them to be. There's no legal mandate for that sort of thing. Chat, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're new to the channel. And just hit that like button anyway so this gets pushed out further. And don't forget to join the Discord. We have a bunch of people in there now. Good fun. But what happens if that future doesn't arrive? Xbox have always been ahead of the curve. They just jump in too early. They do. They do jump in too early. But what if this time they've jumped in so early that the possibility of that future doesn't happen? And cloud gaming, instead of being the dominant force, which it's predicted to be, remains a commodity for hardware. Because they will... The only thing that you can say is they will be utterly and totally screwed. That is third party, here we come. They are really banking on cloud to work. Do you know why they're banking on cloud to work? Because in 10 years' time, or 15 years' time, if everything goes the way Microsoft plans, GeForce Now is going to lose Microsoft games. Ubiquitous is going to lose Microsoft games. Boosteroid is going to lose Microsoft games. Guess who's going to be the only person that has Microsoft ZeniMax and Activision Blizzard King games? xCloud. So if you want to play Activision games, if you want to play ZeniMax games, if you want to play Blizzard games, or any Xbox Studio or Microsoft Studio games, the only place you can play them will be the cloud. That's the future that they're hoping for. And when they go and buy Sega or Konami or anyone else, that's just bolstering that war chest. The future that they want is to have the Netflix of gaming with all the publishers. They want to have the Disney, the Hulu, all of them. Right? HBO Max, all of them. They want to have all of them in one place for themselves and say, right, if you want to go and use that streaming service over there, you can. But look at all of it. For one subscription fee, you can get Netflix, you can get Hulu, you can get HBO Max, you can get this, you can get that, you can get Disney Plus, you can get everything here with one subscription. Or you can go over there and pay more money and get one set of games, or you can go over there and get a certain set of games. But if you come to us, we've got like a plethora of like 10 different publishers, 40 studios or 50 studios, all making games, releasing games. Every single month you'll have something fresh to play. That's the future that they want. Right? That is the future that they want. Because at that point, they become the biggest cloud streaming service for gaming. And that is what they want. But you still subscribe to Netflix every month, right? You're still subscribing. There are some months I don't use Netflix at all, and I'm still subscribed. Same with Disney Plus. I just can't be bothered to unsubscribe it and resubscribe. And believe me, there are more people like me than there are people that can be bothered to unsubscribe and resubscribe. But they need to start marketing. They're not doing it. And I don't understand why. For one, they need the quality content. Now, what they don't need is games that are good enough for Game Pass. That's a term that came out after we saw, bad games like the Dungeons and Dragons. What's the other one? When Redfall launched. We don't want to see games that are good enough for Game Pass or Game Pass fodder. And, you are going to get those. You're going to get those smaller games or not so hot games because they're just fillers to keep you going. But the high quality games, the superstars of the show, you need them to hit. You need them to hit so hard that it keeps you subscribed or it keeps you coming back. Or you turn around to your buddy and say, hey, buddy, if you subscribe to this for $10.99 or whatever it is, we can play all these games. Look at all these cool games there is there. You don't have to go and buy this or go and buy that or spend $70 here and $70 there. We can just play all of these games that is there. But they need to hit. They need to be good. They need to be, really big bangers. And they're not at that level yet. What narrative is bad, for one? Another problem is no media outlet is covering gaming has ever said anything positive about Xbox. Only Sony and never negative about Sony. It's weird, right? Because the normies don't go there. The normies don't hear this. All the normies do is hear word of mouth. They don't go look up reviews or stuff like that. If they buy FIFA, they're going to buy it the next year. If they buy Madden, they're going to buy the next Madden. If they play Fortnite, they're going to play the next Fortnite. If they play Ultimate Fighting Championship, they're going to play the next one. They're just going to buy it instantly. Those first-party exclusives sell the least because they're niche products. The multi-platform games, the ones that are massive and commercial, they naturally do better than any other game. But those are the ones that repeatedly keep on getting bought. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen it. But also, for one, I'll check it out now, Jordan. I haven't actually ever watched a video of his because he chats a lot of shit. Like, he chats so much nonsensical bullshit, it's unbelievable. Like, I actually don't know how much, how he can even talk about the nonsensical bullshit that keeps coming out of his mouth. But that's the thing, Arthur. You have those fillers, but you need the bangers to back it up, right? So when those fillers come in and you're, checking them out and trying them out, some of them actually turn out to be okay, enjoyable, watchable. There's a number of movies on Netflix that I've seen that aren't 10 out of 10s, but they're like 6 out of 10. But I had zero expectations, so by the time I finished watching it, I enjoyed the movie. If you had the chance between keeping the console or Game Pass, what would you choose? Me personally? Probably Game Pass. It just saves me way too much money. It would be Game Pass. Now, just because it saves me too much money. Like, the amount of money I save every year from Game Pass is astronomical. Because my Game Pass subscription is shared between me and my son upstairs. And even if I don't use it, he's using the living shit out of it. Like, he pretty much plays enough games upstairs where we don't double, we probably triple or quadruple the cost of Game Pass in terms of usage. And then you add mine in, which adds even more. And obviously my playtime between being a family man, making content, streaming, YouTubing, and then whatever time I've got left playing games is limited, but I still get some time in. They cannot go back on day one. And Arthur, they could have done day one. They could have done day one, but only on Game Pass Ultimate. Anything below that, not day one. So, Game Pass, PC Game Pass, not day one. Game Pass Ultimate at $19.99 or whatever they wanted to charge for it. Because $10.99 is cheap, right? I don't care what anyone says. Or is it $12.99 I'm paying right now? Whatever it is. It's cheap. For what I'm getting and for my usage personally, it's cheap. But even at $19.99, I would still pay for it. Because I get enough value from it between me and my kid to make it worthwhile. Now, the moment it gets... And, we don't play the same game twice. Ever. My son doesn't do that. I don't do that. We just don't do it. The only game I'm looking to make an exception for is Alan Wake. And that's because you get the true ending when you play it through the second time. So I want to do that and get that done. But otherwise, I don't normally do that. And I'm a massive Alan Wake fan anyway, so that should be no surprise to anyone. So if I play a game, I'm done with it. Now, if I'm really going to invest a lot of time in a game and I want to make sure that I'm always going to play it, like Starfield, I went and bought it. I bought it digitally, then I bought the collector's edition, and I've got it physically as well because I actually thought that the collector's edition came with it physically. It did not, to my surprise. But you get a lot of bang for your buck when it comes to certain for Game Pass. So to me, it's still worth its money, but day and date should have been preserved for Ultimate only. And even then, with Ultimate, it should have been console only. Not PC, not anything else. And if it's going to go to the PC, it should have been day and date on PC Game Pass only. Not Steam, not Epic, not GOG, not whatever other bullshit launcher you want to talk about, like Origin. Only PC Game Pass. And because they wanted that ecosystem, keep it in the fucking ecosystem. The moment you push it out of the ecosystem, it doesn't matter where it goes at that point. But they did. Because they like money. And I don't blame them for that, because money is good. It makes the world go round. And they didn't become a $1 trillion company by not liking money. They like money. Gamefly. Isn't that, I think so, yeah. Run thousands of games and movies, no late fees, cancel anytime. You can rent PS5 games, Series X, like... What is this? MLB The Show 24 is already on there. So this is just Game Pass. I mean, there's a lot of Xbox games here. But this is what I'm saying. They've pushed it out way too much. Are these physical that you can rent or digital? I'm guessing digital. You rent for digital and then you can buy physical. Oh, you can buy physical. Okay. So this is basically Blockbuster Video. Right? Blockbuster Video used to be the same. You could go rent actual games. I used to do that all the time. But the reality is, they need to start supporting, right? But just listen to what Fon says here, right? Just listen to what Fon says. You see, I did actually get this stream properly set up this time. You know, I did put some extra work in to make sure it's all done. But just listen to what Fon says and just look at Hargreet's face, right? Just look at how his face and look at how Hargreet gets crushed the more Fons talks. And the more he says what he's saying, the more he accepts defeat. And Fons isn't saying anything wrong here. Fons is being absolutely correct. Because he likes Xbox. I like Xbox. But I also don't think that everyone should be jumping for joy and thinking everything is hunky-dory, because it's not. And Microsoft needs to sort their fucking shit out. Quick. Am I buying the PS5 Pro? Maybe to sell. I don't know. I want to get it for my channel, so I can do like an unboxing and showcase it and, you know, stuff like that. But I don't know. I might buy one just to scalp off away, make a bit of money. And every other fucker's gonna do it. Why shouldn't I? But you know what? I bet I end up keeping it as well. I bet I end up keeping it. But you see, what's going to happen is my PS5 is going to go upstairs to my kid. So, what I actually would like, because my kid doesn't know this yet, and I want to surprise him, because he didn't want the Series X, right? You know when at Christmas the Series X went down in price. I was going to buy him a Series X because he's got a Series S and he's happy with the Series S. He doesn't actually want a thing because he doesn't care playing games in 30 FPS. Nor me. Sometimes I wonder if he's even my child at this point. Weird. No, just kidding. But he buys his games all digital anyway, right? Hey, Devastator. So if they release an all digital version of the console, I'm hoping if they do that, I'm gonna surprise him with that. I'm gonna surprise him with a Series X digital. Hopefully he'll like it, and then I can take his Series S and do whatever with it. Either sell it or give it to my youngest kid. Although, check this out, right? Check this out. My 9-year-old, who was, give or take, 8 at the time, I think, maybe 7. He was playing Rocket League on the Series S. And he came down one day. This was some time ago. True story, by the way. Keep in mind that my oldest son, who's turning 18, doesn't care about 30 FPS. Right? But my youngest son comes down and turns around and goes, Dad, can I play Rocket League on your Xbox? They won't touch any of my consoles without asking me. I said, yeah, go for it. You might have to. I said, you download it and play it. And he goes, okay, thanks. He came down, plugged his controller in. He won't use my controller. He uses his own controller. Plugged his controller in, sat down, and started playing. Do you know what's the first thing he said to me? I'll never forget it. He turned around and goes, Dad, I said, what's up? Why does it run better here and crappy upstairs? And at that point, I knew, that's my boy. It was at that point, I was like, yep, that's my boy. Proud dad moment right there. That's how I knew. And now, true story, like fun fact, he will never play Rocket League upstairs. Ever play Rocket League upstairs. He'll come downstairs. If he can use the main TV to play, he'll play. If he can't, he'll go around to the other side, jump on his ancient history PC, and play Roblox until he can actually play it. He refuses to use the Series S. That's how you know kid is based. He knows. All right, let's listen to what these guys are saying.
Here's the caveat, though.
Oh, shit, that's loud.
Hargeet, if this drops this holiday, and this is what I say is it would look bad for Microsoft. If Microsoft sends any more of their big games over, they could have definitive versions of Microsoft games on the PlayStation 5 Pro. Could.
Okay.
And that's kind of a bad look. It's kind of a bad look. Casuals have gotten to the point where they're already telling their friends, other people, PlayStation's better. PlayStation's better. It doesn't matter about these specs and everything to them, right? But here's the big thing. GTA 6 is possibly the biggest game that's going to come out in many, many years.
Yep.
And if Sony gets marketing rights to GTA 6, it will hurt Xbox in ways that I don't think they could recover. And I'm not.
And by the way, I actually agree with that. If Sony get it, I think it's a done deal.
I'm not saying that they would go broke or whatever, but I'm talking about in terms of console sales. I'm telling you, the casual market right now has already spoken, and they've spoken with their wallets, and they've bought PlayStation 5s. If they have GTA 6, the definitive edition on the PlayStation 5 Pro, and then they also have the marketing rights, it is going to hurt Xbox.
You know, it started off as a fun conversation, and it quickly got sour, and you can see it from his face. Like, he's not happy. No. Hargreet is a great dude. I think he has I think he's an awesome dude, and he usually has some really, really great points. I'd love to get him on the show one day. But it's the realization. Yeah, exactly, Dubs. That's it. That's it. It's the realization of what he's saying and it hitting home, right? It's this part here. I think the zooming in was a bit unfair. It's nasty what they did here, but it's a PlayStation fanboy. I think it is anyway. Yeah, it's followed by Nicola. I don't even know what this account is, but it just popped up. But it's the realization that hits him.
It will hurt Xbox in ways that I don't think they could recover. And I'm not saying that they would go broke or whatever, but I'm talking about in terms of console sales. I'm telling you, the casual market right now has already spoken, and they've spoken with their wallets, and they've bought PlayStation 5s. If they have GTA 6, the definitive edition on the PlayStation 5 Pro, and then they also have the marketing rights, it is going to hurt Xbox.
It's that realization. Like, I know Paris was in here earlier, and he disagreed at how important GTA 6 is. People are underestimating how important GTA 6 actually is. And it is really, really important. This is one franchise that Microsoft cannot screw up. Like, really. Oh, congratulations, Dubs. I mean, I don't know who this is, James Hecht. I just saw this, and while I was listening to it, the realization that Hargreet had, like, I'm not mocking Hargreet in any way, shape, or form, by the way, chat. Not at all. But the realization that hit him towards the end of this conversation is the one that I keep on badgering and pushing and keep on rambling on about, which some of you may be upset about or may be tired of me saying it, but that's the realization that I personally keep on talking about. Oh, 5 gifted memberships. Sully, Ram Punchman, Gaming and Movies, Nodstar, and Ventura. Thank you for that 5 gifted membership. Chat, I need to be right back in just 1 second. 1 second. Sorry about that, chat. Thank you very much for that, Taz. I appreciate it. Rumor has it Sony's buying Xbox tonight. My God. Inside source confirmed McDonald's is making a console. Mate, I wish that KFC console was real. I'm disappointed it's not. I probably would have bought it, like seriously. I'd never have cooked anything in it, but I would have still got it. We ain't getting a pro version, 100%. The dev kit is a handheld. I'd hope it's not next gen either, or that's going to be a letdown when it's released. Why would the next gen be a letdown? The next gen specs are usually locked in around 2-3 years beforehand, or at least 2 years. Like at worst case, 2 years, right? They're locked in and then pushed. They might be able to squeeze a bit more graphical output through testing, but generally they're locked in by that point to give developers time to build games. Consoles are always old when they come out. They're already like 1 or 2 years old when they come out. The Series X was old when it came out. Hey, E-Ranks. I mean, the Series X came out when? $2020. What graphics card was out in 2020? What graphics card was out in 2020? NVIDIA GPU 2020. What NVIDIA GPUs were released? So are you telling me that the Xbox Series X was capable of 3080 and 3090? No way. It was already dated before it came out. Same for the PS5. That's how consoles always have been, because they can't live up with current trends. This is why I'm saying that, releasing a console that's modular, that you could just take the module out and plug it in, to a certain degree, at least maybe one upgrade, just a modular upgrade, could work, but that also requires a bit of faffing about, and obviously people don't like doing that sort of thing. But it could ultimately be cheaper than buying a whole new platform, if the cooling allows for it. But we're talking 3080, 3090. Like, the consoles were dated long before. Like, which GPU has 12 teraflops? I know that doesn't really work that way, but Microsoft is referring to the single precision floating point performance, as these metrics typically at 12 teraflops. The GPU inside the Xbox Series X is a tad faster than NVIDIA's RTX 2080 Super. That's not true, because my 2080 gives much better graphics than that. Just a tad behind. It's not a tad behind a 2080 Ti. No way. It's more like a 2070. But yeah. I've seen a 2080 Ti running. It's impressive. Do I want more music videos? My dude. What are you doing? I mean, my kids might enjoy it. The 2080 Ti was released in 2018. I mean, my kid, like I gave my kid the 2080 Super, and he is still running everything he wants that he plays on the highest settings. Obviously, he's not playing anything super demanding, but everything he is running on max settings, and it's good enough for him. My son upstairs got the 3070. Oh, no. From this box, we should definitely get more. Like I said, I've seen what a 2080 can do. I used to use one. And I've seen what a 2080 Ti can do. There is definitely more that the Series X, graphics card can do. That's why I'm saying that the current Series X is by no way utilized. There is no need for a mid-gen refresh. All they need to do is get developers to use the damn box and its tech. It's really that simple. I wouldn't say it's going to be on par with the 4090. I would say it would potentially be somewhere between the 3090 and maybe the 4070, 4080. Paid around $1,600 for my PC. What is that, like 4 consoles? I mean, of course, you get what you pay for. But it also lasts a long time. Like the PC my son is using around there right now, he's using all of my old parts from almost 10 years ago. With the exception of the graphics card. It's lasted a long time. Sure, we've upgraded his RAM because his RAM sticks died. My old ones died, so we got him new ones. But it's an old motherboard, so it couldn't really, run on DDR5. So we had to go with DDR4. But it's cheap. I don't see the need to upgrade every year. Like, I've still got a 3090 Ti. I've got an Intel thing. There's just no need. Everything I've run on my PC runs at max settings. When I can't hit Ultra and run 60 FPS, and it's not the fault of my machine, and it's, it's because the game is fully optimized and running well, and my machine can't do it anymore, that's when I upgrade. I mean, this PlayStation 5 is a weaker console. But it is the target console that everyone develops for. So it's always going to be better optimized for the Series X. Just look at Quantum Error. It runs best on PlayStation. It runs absolutely horrid on Xbox at 0 frames. But on PlayStation, they're lapping that shit up when it runs at 60 frames per second. With that magical SSD making everything possible, right? I was just going to do it. PS5's biggest drawback is the Zen 2 CPU. Still won't support DirectX 12. Correct. You never know, Power Boss. Maybe he might want your PC. Why would I upgrade every year when my current system will perform 2 times better than even a Pro for the rest of the gen? True. Hey, Digit. Last stream, you turned round and told me to look at something for Invictus. And I totally forgot. And I said, that was what I forgot last stream. Now, I found something and I posted it in Discord, but I'm not sure if it's that. So, what was it that you wanted me to look at? And while you're thinking about that, $2 Chaos, I heard Hamhead vid. I sent a Hamhead vid that Tears of the Kingdom won Game of the Year? You know what, mate? Oh God, someone... Of all the things that you'd goddamn clip, you clip Chaos the Scalper, yeah? I mean, you could have clipped my epic rant about Bungie. You could have clipped my monologue about anything else. You could have clipped absolutely anything, but you clipped me being a scalper. God damn it. The industry focuses too much on specs. Look at Last of Us 2 or Red Dead 2 on the PS4 Pro. 1X, it still looks better than most games. Where is that coming from? Okay, I actually see where it's coming from now. I just don't know how to stop it. Good Lord, is it loud? So maybe if I put that down to there. But at least I now see it. But thank you very much for that $2 super chat, Devastator. We will check that out in a bit. Which one is it? Rebirth has failed? I don't know if Rebirth has failed. I need to find out where that chime is coming from as well. So, Clobril. Clobril said, I feel like the Xbox community is pretty muted right now. And they are, in my opinion. I don't see any excitement or hype anymore. Well, to be fair, first quarter and not a single game came out. Xbox gamers aren't eating good right now. Being an Xbox content creator also feels a lot less fun these days. I'm having fun. I don't know if you guys are having fun with these streams, but I'm definitely having fun. So, I don't know. Maybe if you're like a super die-hard Xbox fan and, you know, you lose sleep over this shit and, you know, you sit down and procrastinate and wonder where your life went wrong because of certain things, I can see that giving you a bad day. Hey, I got it for 40 quid. I think I got a good deal. Not enough Gears of War praise? I gave you praise. I said the best scene, the most memorable scene in Gears of War was Dom's death. That brought tears to my eyes. That made a grown man cry. But I was a lot younger back then. But still, them feels were real. I think when the 50 series come out for Nvidia, I may look to upgrade to a 4090 or a 4080. Probably a 4090. Pretty much, Sully. I love coming on for these streams, chatting with you guys, having a good time, talking about gaming, all the news, and having these conversations. Right? Clobril isn't a pony. He's an Xbot. Being an Xbox content creator feels a lot less fun these days, with port begging obviously being everywhere. I guess they're referring to Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, and of course Helldivers. I hope those 4 games, more will surely follow, were worth it. I really have to ask, right? I'm honestly surprised there aren't 8 games for this year from Microsoft, considering the amount of studios. They've got 10 games coming this year, Leafstone. They've got 10 games coming this year. But their first quarter went completely empty. Rum Punch, I know, man. I know. That was Game of the Year. What I've seen is PlayStation fans taking the royal piss with wanting ports of the whole slate from Xbox. But when it comes to the Xbox fans, at least the ones that are port begging, they're the ones that actually genuinely mean it. The only one that I've actually genuinely seen that's actually meant the begging that they did was Nick Marseille. I'm sure you guys have heard of him. Where he was begging for Ori to come to PlayStation. Like, literally begging. Nicola, yeah. He was literally begging for to come. So, this year, we've got Hellblade, which really, I hate to say it, right? But a lot is riding on Hellblade. That game needs to deliver. If that game does not deliver, that is going to set a really bad tone for Xbox. I think we can all agree on that. And before anyone says, don't start hyping a game and putting pressure on, that game has been in development for ages. I don't even care for the game length. That game just needs to deliver. It's literally the only game right now, in my opinion, that can lift Xbox out of the glut it's in. Then we've got other games coming like Towerborn, we've got Call of Duty, we've got Indiana Jones, which I'm really looking forward to. We've got Ara, which is, well, I don't know if that counts for the 10, but you've got Avowed. You've got the expansion for Diablo 4. I guess maybe an expansion for Elder Scrolls 6 as well. Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah, Ara's PC only, so I don't know if that counts. I didn't say Visions. I don't think Mana and Frostpunk are exclusive. I'm looking at the exclusives from Microsoft. I think hopeful Horizon is next year. So there's a few games coming. But we've already missed our first quarter game that Phil Spencer promised, and that didn't arrive either, because he said we are now in a position to deliver a game a quarter. That failed as well. You call out the bullshit when it happens. Still no back catalogue for Activision games. Nothing at all. You'd expect at least some to appear by now, but nothing has appeared. Benaya, regardless of what it is, it has to hit, and it has to hit home. It has to drive home. I don't see it selling consoles, but it has to be revered. It has to do well. Hellblade 2, yeah. Oh, me too, Benaya. Me too. I like my cinematic games. Jesus, man. Any of these upcoming Xbox games come out and the Dodds is 100%. I mean, can you imagine if Hellblade 2 doesn't do well? That sets the tone. Indiana Jones, I think, can be hit and miss. I'm hoping it will be good, but I don't think it's got the same weight as Hellblade 2. Towerborn does not have the same weight as Hellblade 2. Call of Duty is Call of Duty. No one really cares. I mean, when I say that, it doesn't matter whether it's a good game or a bad game, it's going to sell regardless. what else is coming? What else is coming? Xbox first party 2024. So we're going to get Hellblade 2, which I think is really important. Indiana Jones, I really want it to do well, but I don't think it has the same weight as Hellblade 2. But I do want it to do well. Avowed, I think, is important, but again, I think it's on a lesser scale to Hellblade, but there is a bit more weight riding on that. A Ra is a Ra. Call of Duty, in my opinion, is Call of Duty. Minecraft, who cares? Forza is going to be next year. The Elder Scrolls Online expansion, if you're interested in that. Microsoft Flight Simulator, if you're interested in that. Towerborn is going to be whatever. Diablo expansion. So as you can see, in terms of all these games, you might get an Overwatch update as well. But from all of these, in my opinion, Senwa's Hellblade 2 is key. But Bastigi, what you're not getting is where Sony lacks in first party, they went out and secured third party. They secured the Ronin, the Final Fantasy VII. They secured the Stellar Blade. They secured all these other games. And I'm pretty sure, the Silent Hill 2 and whatever. Where they lacked in first party, I mean, even Grand Blue Relink, which did really well, by the way, they secured on PlayStation. It's not on Xbox. So where they lack in the first party category, they've more than made up for it for their community in third party as exclusives. Microsoft hasn't delivered anything in the third party or first party in the first quarter. Right? But Hellblade 2 has to hit. It might not. But what games has PlayStation 5 had in 2024? And none of you better bloody say God damn it, stupid The Last of Us. Alright, so you got Rise of the Ronin. Whether you like that or not, I don't think that's a massive game. Stellar Blade, I think, is going to do really, really well for all the right reasons. A Silent Hill 2 remake, I think, is going to be huge. Death Stranding is too far away. Wolverine is too far away. Marathon is too far away. No. Where's the other games? Come on, there should be more. This list is shit. So the only other one is Final Fantasy VII. So that's all we know for now, right? But right now, they've got Helldivers, which done really, really well, thanks to PC, but it still did really, really well. They've got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Doesn't matter if you like it or not. It's still number 3 in the top-selling charts. Stellar Blade, which will do well for all the right reasons, because the plot in that game is, unfathomably, amazingly big. Rise of the Ronin, I reckon if this is running on 60 FPS, more people will pick this up instead of Dragon's Dogma. PlayStation fans are really opposed to 30 FPS. But it's got a really strong lineup for the first quarter. We don't know what's coming in the second or third or fourth quarter. But and then don't forget, it's got Hi-Fi Rush, it's got Pentiment, it's got Grounded, and it's got Sea of Thieves as well. So not only does it have its own games, Microsoft has released more games on PlayStation than it has on its own console in the first quarter. Doesn't look great. No matter how you want to sugarcoat that. One game doesn't make a generation. So what about for someone like me? I don't like Power World. I think it's an overrated game. I think it's a good game, but I don't think it's, it doesn't blow me away, and I don't enjoy it. I get nothing. As an Xbox fan, I get absolutely nothing. I don't like any games with building in it. I don't know. I didn't forget about Foam Stars. I just deliberately left it out. There's a difference there, Sully. It wasn't forgotten. But I want Xbox to do better. I want Xbox to be better. I agree, that's a bit of a hard swallow on that one. And I think, I think you'll find a lot of Xbox fans are upset about that point. That Microsoft has spent more time preparing games for the first quarter for PlayStation than it has for its own community. Taz with another 5 gifted subs. What are you doing? Stephen Kennedy, Taylor Jonathan, Gamers in the Night. That sounds like a YouTube channel. Grunge Head and Mark M, all gifted. Make sure you guys come over to my Discord so I can give you roles so you get notified for your ad-free videos. Chaos, I still think Square... God damn, Sully. Oh, that's brutal, dude. That is brutal. That is brutal. All right. Listen to me. Look, Benaya, COD being day one, free, is going to be crazy. I agree with this. 100% agree, right? I'm not denying that. That's a massive win for an Xbox gamer. I never buy COD because I'm just not interested in COD. That's me personally. Right? But since it's there on Game Pass, I'll at least play the campaign. So, for me, that's a massive win because I'm about to play, COD a campaign on COD that I haven't played in years. And if the back catalogue comes in, I'll actually go and play those campaigns as well, one by one. I just, I've just gone off COD multiplayer. I mean, I used to buy COD mainly for the multiplayer, but if they come onto the catalogue, I'll play them. So that's a massive win. But here's the question, right? And this is to all of them. Now, I knew it was going to happen, but it's only going to, you'll see, it's only going to be on Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, or they're going to do a price increase just before it comes out. So get your subscription prices in and locked, all I'm saying. Expect a price increase before it comes out, like a month before. But here's my question, and this is to all of you, all 57 of you in the chat right now. If you are Microsoft and you've just announced that Call of Duty is coming to Game Pass day and date, which is a massive win for Xbox gamers. Pure and simple. And there will be no difference between the PlayStation version and the Xbox version. They will be locked in parity as they are for 10 years. How do you convince someone who owns a PlayStation to jump over and buy an Xbox to play COD? Oh, gee, Rum Punch Man going straight for the kill, dude. My God, he just went straight for the knockout. That was TKO, man. Jeez. All right, Benaya, I got a counter for that. Yeah, I got a counter for that. I can just pay 70 quid and buy the game. Either that was a really, really slow membership, or I didn't get notified. If you've got a PlayStation, you're going to have to buy a Series S, which is about £280-300, and then pay for Game Pass either a month or a year. Probably a year, because you're going to want to play it throughout the whole year. So that's like another 160. So you're saying that they're going to rather spend £460 instead of 70? It's not $200 though, right? Unless you're actually saying that you're going to reduce it to $200. The average COD player only cares about COD. I know that's hard to believe, but the average COD player only plays COD. They play COD 24/7. So those are the people I'm trying to convert. How do you do it? I mean, Rum went straight for the kill, right? He went straight for the kill. No, that is true. The average COD player spends most of their time playing COD. Okay, Steve, I can see that. Steve, I can see that. That could work. That could definitely work. But they need to do something big like that. I mean, Rum's idea was the sucker punch, right? Put the game at a price where over time you're just going to spend too much money, so you just convert straight away and save money in the long run. Easy win. Easy win. And then through Game Pass, they get it on PC as well. I wonder how that will go down with the community, though. With the other community. So they play with the fish? Who knows? Yeah, the versions are identical. They have to be by parity. Let's check this out before I move over to the video. Did you guys see this the review by Noisy Pixel for the Hi-Fi Rush? They gave it a higher score than they did on PlayStation 5 than they did Xbox. Limited edition COD consoles. That's a good one. So you guys think it's Xbox tax, yeah? So you guys think it's Xbox tax. Now, Noisy Pixel over here were absolutely brain dead stupid, right? You don't post like this. You don't do it. You shut the fuck up and move on. But they decided that they wanted to be dumb and post a reply. And they got cooked. They got cooked real quick. They got cooked real bad. They can't do that unfortunately, Woodpit, not until the 10-year contract is up. And even then, they still can't do it. Oh, no, Jay, I'm about to debunk it. Nope, Steve, I'm about to debunk it. I'm not even getting into the number of reviews. I'm about to debunk this whole shit right now. Because people seem to not be getting what's going on. Yeah? When Hi-Fi Rush launched on Xbox, and you can clip this shit too. When it launched on Xbox, what game mode did it have? It only had the base game, right? It had nothing else. It had just the base game. It didn't even have New Game Plus, I don't think. Just the base game. Now, when you're looking at it on PlayStation, when the PlayStation version launched, it had BPM Rush, Power Up, Tower Up, Photo Mode, Arcade Challenge Update, DualSense haptic support. It released as the definitive version for PlayStation with all the content. So when the Xbox One was reviewed, it was reviewed as the base game only. When the PlayStation 1 launched, it reviewed with the base game and then all of these modes as well. Right? At the time of review, at the time of launch, the PlayStation version launched with more features. Xbox has all of those features now, except for the DualSense support. But it came after the review. But the PlayStation version now was reviewed with all of those features as a complete package. It's gonna get a high score. That's how you debunk it. By using common sense and logic. There is no Xbox tags. Not just photo mode, it's got BPM Rush, Power Up, Tower Up mode, it's got photo mode, it's got the Arcade Challenge Update, and DualSense haptic feedback. So that's 5 things it has that the Xbox version did not have at launch when it was reviewed. Now, if they go back and re-review the Xbox One, it probably will do better. The only thing that this bellend did, this idiot, is that he said, oh, I don't like the game, and then I don't like the music, so I'm going to refund the game, and then plays the exact same game, and then somehow now magically enjoys it with the same music. So he's a twat, right? But this over here is enough reason for it to review higher. It's that simple. It launched as the definitive version, and it is being reviewed as the definitive version. No, Steve, I agree that there is bias in the media, 100%. But this is not it. The community going around... Jesus, what the hell's going on? But the community going around and saying that, did the PlayStation version reviewed higher? It naturally should review higher. Because it's being reviewed with all of these features on launch. These are features that the Xbox version did not have. Now, this is the thing that Xbox players are upset about most. When they got the game, they pretty much had a base game and that's it. And over time, they waited and waited for all these features to come along. And then when PlayStation gets it, wham, bam, shammy, they get it all in one go as a complete package. It's the same thing for Sea of Thieves. Xbox players endured the crap it was at launch with no content and almost nothing to do for a year. And then it started to improve as they added seasons and more content to where it is now, where it's actually a really good and fun game. And then it gets ported over to PlayStation. And on top of that, with so many Xbox fans actually crying out because they want an anti-cheat because, PC players cheat. That's no surprise. No shock there. The developers completely ignore it, but the moment it goes to PlayStation, then it gets an anti-cheat. These sort of things stick out like a sore fucking thumb. And it's pathetic of Xbox and the development studios to do that to their own communities. But I do not believe for a second that this is Xbox tax. This is just an unfortunate situation of what happens when you get a delayed game that combines all the content and you review it as a complete package as opposed to what the Xbox release does. I don't think these features should give it a higher score, but every game that got ported to PlayStation has a higher score. A controller I mean, why wouldn't these game modes give it a higher score? It's extra content. If they are good content, why wouldn't it? Hey, Brian Scully. So we've got Scully and Sully. Now, am I saying that there is no Xbox tax? No, I am not. I believe, there obviously is an Xbox bias. Right? Alright, that doesn't seem to be stopping. So I'm going to turn that off for now. I think it broke. But these are extra modes that if the Xbox version got re-reviewed now, I would expect it to get something very similar or very close or identical. But these game modes clearly do make a difference. No, Steve, I agree with that, 100%. I agree. But it's still an extra feature. So, yeah, for me, this isn't it. And as you can see here, yes, these are all available on Xbox too, but not at launch. So for those jumping in now on PlayStation 5, they are getting everything at once. It's the better launch version. It's not a better game, it's just a better launch version. And also the lesser reviews means it's easier to score favorable, right? I mean, Baldur's Gate 3, for example, is 99 Metacritic. Right? If we go to Metacritic, if anyone hasn't seen that, BG3. PC has 96. PlayStation 5 has 96. Xbox has 99. I mean, Universal Acclaim had to give it 99. And obviously, Somos and Xbox Achievements, they gave as well. So these guys are reviewing it as well. They're in the process. But as you can see, it works both ways. Hey, Jamala. Exactly, Steve. Ghostwire, let's have a look at that. Ghostwire Tokyo. It launched later on Xbox. It got a higher review. On Xbox. Deathloop. $88, $89. It got higher on the Xbox. What did Final Fantasy 16 get? I never looked at it. 93 for Rebirth, 87 for... I still like this game. $16 is not poop. But yeah. But doing this? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Ah, 14. I don't know if you guys saw my tweet about 14. I got really fucked off with Final Fantasy 14. And I don't know who it is, right? I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's Xbox or if it's Square Enix. But definitely one of those two are trying to kill this game before it even starts. Oh shit, I need to go and do this event. But, you know, definitely someone is trying to kill this game before it starts. Where is it? All right, let's see. All right, so here we go, yeah? Okay, here we go. I really want to watch that video that Devastator said, so we're watching that after this. You all know how much I love this game, right? I love Final Fantasy XIV. I think it has one of the best stories ever written in a video game. It is pretty much primarily a single-player game for the most part, but with lots of multiplayer added on, tacked on to it, right? Now, it's set to begin on Thursday the 21st of March. So, what have they done for you? If you continue with your trial edition, which I recommend you all do, right? Don't jump into the online starter edition. The moment you do, it is no different to what you get with the trial edition. It gives you a Realm Reborn, it gives you a Heaven's Ward, and Stormblood. You get exactly the same shit, right? The only difference is you can access the social features, which on the trial edition you cannot. Right? Now, why is this important? Because with the trial edition, you can play as much as you want up to level 70 with no restriction on time or gameplay time or usage. You can party up with me, you can party up with other people, you can do multiplayer, you can do whatever the fuck you like. Exactly the same as this one. The only thing you can't do is join a guild or a clan. But if you see to yourself that, hey, I really like this game and I really am going to play it, then by all means, go for it. But until you get to that point, do not take this off Game Pass Ultimate perk. Because at that point, the moment you do, you lose your trial account and you become a paid account. And you can never go back to a trial account. So this one over here is a bit of, you know, it's them being shady, right? Again, I don't know if this is Xbox or Square Enix. Now, the second thing, Endwalker. When you start playing the game on Thursday the 21st of March, which is not too far away now, 2 days time actually, right? You can buy the Endwalker collection. Now, this is going to cost you probably about $50, and it gives you everything that's before it, right? Well, you don't want the collector's edition. You want the complete edition. This one here. That's the basic one. The collector's edition just comes with a few more things, right? Now, why is this a problem? Because in 2 months' time, maybe 3, but minimum 2 months' time, Dawn Trail comes out. The new expansion. And so you're going to have to pay money for that as well. Why did they not put Dawn Trail in here with a license? They could have added Dawn Trail here, Endwalker, and Dawn Trail. So when Xbox fans buy this game, they've already got Dawn Trail. What they're doing here is double dipping this shit. This is unacceptable. Again, I don't know if it's Xbox or Square Enix doing this, but this is daylight fuckery. Right? This is bullshit. And even people that don't have an Xbox are calling this out to Square Enix right now, trying to get them to change it, because that is unacceptable. This is them double dipping. Third, PC doesn't need you to have any online subscription to play outside of the Final Fantasy XIV subscription. PlayStation doesn't need you to have any online subscription like PS Plus outside of your Final Fantasy XIV subscription. Xbox requires you to have Xbox Live Core or Ultimate in order to be able to play this, but you have to pay for your subscription on top of that. Now, that one I can bypass, right? I can actually skip that one and forgive that one because the majority of anyone that is on Xbox is going to have Game Pass. Either Game Pass Core or Game Pass Ultimate. Very few are going to have Game Pass on its own. And for those people, this sucks. Because they can't play it. When they absolutely should be able to play it. But then there's more. Right? Then there's more. It's not here. So Microsoft has introduced Final Fantasy XIV coins that you have to buy from the store in order to pay for your subscription. Now, it's currently unknown if you can actually pay for your subscription with real money. But they have introduced coins that you buy from the store. Again, we don't know if that's a 1-to-1 ratio for $1 or 1 for £1. We don't know. And that is something that only applies to Xbox. Not to PlayStation, not to PC, only to Xbox. There are so many hurdles here that are unnecessary. This game does not need Xbox Live to play. It doesn't use the Xbox Live servers at all. Considering Xbox gamers are coming in so late, either turn the servers off and open them with Dawntrail so Xbox gamers don't get dicked over with double dipping. And thirdly, what's the need for the coins? Why not let people just pay for it with their own money? Now this really, really pissed me off. Because I actually want to play this game with you guys. But I'm not going to sit here and watch you guys, blindly walk into something and not realize. So for those of you that are going to play this, stick to the actual, stick to the trial edition. We can still play together. They've opened up world transfer, so we can go to Oceana's server and play, do stuff there together. That's fine. I'm pretty sure free trial can do that as well. There's no point in picking this up because when you come over here and look at the complete online edition, for newcomers, this is the most comprehensive edition. Includes a Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. And this one includes a Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, and Stormblood. That's it. So you get it with the online complete edition, but if you wait for the Dawntrail edition, you can get the complete edition with Dawntrail, or you can buy Dawntrail on its own for about $35. This is like so stupid. Like it took years for this game to arrive. And here you go. Play the Final Fantasy Online trial. Play for free up to level 70 and experience the main scenario quest and content from A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, and Stormblood expansions with no restrictions on playtime. Certain in-game restrictions apply. So free trial members are not required to purchase licensed software to use the free trial. That's fine. Only one account can be registered. Players can purchase select in-game items from the online store, so you can do that. Not all in-game items are available for purchase. Free trial players can create up to 8 characters, so that's actually good. Account characters have all their levels capped at level 70. Characters can only possess a maximum of 300,000 gil. This is done to stop RMT, real money trade. Because you've got bots that go in, create free trials, try to get a lot of money. It used to be completely open with a gil, but they've done this now to stop them. Free trial players cannot use shout, yell, or tell in-game chat options during the free trial. So you need to be next to people to talk to them. Or if you're on Xbox Live, just chat to them through the headset. Free trial players cannot access in-game market board. That makes sense. Free trial players cannot trade with other players. That makes sense because, again, these are all RMT tactics. So they're stopping anything that's RMT. Moogle deliveries RMT. Retainers are RMT. Free trial players can join a link show or crossword link show if invited, but cannot. Oh, so you can actually join link shows. That's new. You couldn't do that before. So you can actually join a clan or a guild as well. That's good. You cannot create or join a free company. That doesn't matter. That's for like later on in game. Free trial players can join a party if invited, or by using Duty Finder, but cannot assemble a party during free trial. Okay, that's fine. There's no reason for you to do that anyway. You're going to matchmake or get invited. Free trial players cannot create or join a PvP team or participate in crystalline conflict. This is due to cheating and whatnot. So that's fine. Ultimate raids is inaccessible because you need to be a certain level to do those. And free trial players can log into Lodestone but cannot use the community contents. Free trial players cannot log into the official forums or companion application during the free trial. So it's not that restrictive as much as I thought it used to be, but it's good enough. So, for those of you that are looking to play, if you do decide to pick up this version for whatever reason, that's the free version, and then you're going to have to start paying your subscription. You'll probably need to, by the time you get to, like, there's no point. There's literally no point in picking this one up. Play until level 70, do all the content, and by that point, Dawn Trail will be out, and buy Dawn Trail. Problem solved. All of this is ways of them trying to milk some more money out of you. And like I said, with the whole Xbox Live thing, that one I'm willing to turn a blind eye to because most of the people, even though it's still shit, has Xbox Live in one way or another. I am a part of a guild. I don't have my own one, but if people want to join, they can join. The group that I'm in is super friendly. That's your PSA for this. Again, it's cool. I'm hoping you guys enjoy the game because it's really, really good. But I'm hoping that the actual Microsoft, the Xbox, whatever coins that they're called, because I can't find them anywhere. Game Pass Ultimate Perk. For a limited time, Final Fantasy XIV Starter Edition, which includes A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, and Stormblood, will be available for free as an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate Perk. And you get 1 month free access. But why would you do that when you can play the game up until level 70 for free anyway? For a limited time, purchasing either the Starter Edition, Complete Edition, or Complete Collector's Edition will include the following in-game bonus items. You got a wind-up Palom minion and a Menfina earring. Do I have that? That's actually quite cool. This is really good, actually. And it works up to level 80. Do I have that, I wonder? Yeah, I'm not going to log into my account now. Not gonna broadcast my password. Alright, let's look at this one. But I hope you guys are doing well. You guys will enjoy it. Taz. Alright, let's see. Is there anything else I wanted to talk about? Alright. The only other thing was this one. I don't think anyone knew that came out. Like, no one. No one at all. I didn't even realize this came out. It's that bad. Let's see. This sounds like Square trying to milk as much money as possible. I mean, what about the Xbox coins, right? The Xbox coins don't make sense. FFXIV coins. Like, here it is. Payment for service fees and optional item purchases will require Final Fantasy XIV coins, which can be purchased from the Microsoft Store. Please purchase Final Fantasy XIV coins before using the MOG station for Final Fantasy XIV Online Store. After purchasing Final Fantasy XIV coins from the Microsoft Store, log into the Xbox Series X and S version of Final Fantasy XIV to have the purchased Final Fantasy XIV coins credited to your Square Enix account. You will not be able to use the purchased coins until you log in. So you have to buy them on the store, log in, and then it gets credited to your account. So please be sure to log in after purchasing 14 coins. When playing only on the Xbox version, payments will be handled using Final Fantasy XIV coins only. There you go. There you go. Now, if you play on multiple platforms like I do, because I've got it on PC, PlayStation, and I'm going to buy it on Xbox as well, when accessing the MOG station or Final Fantasy XIV online store from the Xbox Series X version of the application, payments will be handled using FFXIV coins. In other cases, you can select additional payment methods on the website. That's it. I guess it was on that page and I missed it. Oh, it was here. There you go. So on Xbox, the payments will be handled coins only. I suspect it's going to be like Final Fantasy XI, where they gave you the option to pay via crystals, and each crystal was charged at 1p, 1 cent. So you didn't actually lose any money, and you could literally pay up to the cent, up to the penny. So if you wanted to pay $10.99, $10.99, you actually could do that on Final Fantasy XI using the crystals. So it had that conversion, literally 1 cent. So I guess if they do it that way, it's not bad, because then you can literally buy to this actual thing. But it's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. And the only people that are doing that, in my opinion, I don't think it's Square Enix. I actually think it is Microsoft. It's just one of the many, many dumb, stupid, retarded things that they keep on doing. And I know people don't like to hear that, but it's true.
The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom has won a Game of the Year award from Famitsu. Now, let me preface this and say that, like, Game Awards don't matter. You know, I announced this on my community page, and a lot of people, like, came out and tried to damage control this. Like, oh, I thought you didn't care about Game Awards. Like, the reality is that Game Awards don't matter.
I hope so, Seph.
You know, plenty of other great games came out in 2023, things that would never win a Game of the Year award. The difference between me and...
Sully, it is a mainline Final Fantasy game. It is Final Fantasy XIV. It's not a spin-off. It is a mainline game. And in my opinion, the story in Final Fantasy XIV, quite honestly, is probably the best story out of any Final Fantasy I've played. It is epic. It's a 10-year saga that you can probably play through in about... I mean, I'm assuming you all know who Sakaguchi is, right? You should all know who Sakaguchi is. I'm hoping you do. It's actually more story content related. But if you know who Sakaguchi is, he's the one that I think created Final Fantasy 1. He's the father of Final Fantasy, basically. The forebearer. And he sat down last year and got hooked onto Final Fantasy 14. And it took him 2 months of playing nothing else to get through the whole storyline of Final Fantasy 14 all the way up to Endwalker. And he said it was one of the best stories he's ever played in any Final Fantasy. Take that as you will. He doesn't work for Square Enix anymore. What's a terrible sounding name? But a lot of people respect Sakaguchi, and, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, it's a really good game. The story is phenomenal. And it just gets better and better. It has a few low points, but it just improves all the time. Anyway, let's listen to this moron.
And like Baldur's Gate 3 fans is that I will acknowledge and respect those games, right? This isn't a Baldur's Gate 3 situation where like Baldur's Gate 3 wins a rigged award and everybody tries to pretend that it was the only good game that came out that year. No, like in reality, there were lots of games that came out in 2023. Like one of them I liked more than Tears of the Kingdom, Super Mario Bros. Wonder. It's now one of my favorite platforming games ever made. But like there is no denying that from a pure like open world technical standpoint, that Tears of the Kingdom was a marvel, right? It was a huge innovator when it comes to how open world games work, what you can do with them, the things you can do. Like, much like Breath of the Wild, this redefined what an open world game could be. And yet, you saw a lot of people on damage control right out of the gate. And that's all we saw, like, for the first year or so. Like, reassurances from the community that, like, oh, Tears of the Kingdom isn't relevant, it's not popular, it's not selling all that well, it's not going to be remembered, it's just a rehash of Breath of the Wild, right? If you're a hardcore Zelda fan, you grew up, like, hearing this stuff about Majora's Mask or like Wind Waker, Twilight Princess. How long ago was it where people would pretend like that every single Zelda game was just a rehash of like old ones, right? I'm old enough now. I'm old enough to remember when people were saying that about Ocarina of Time, how that was just a rehash of A Link to the Past, right? Like, which doesn't even make any sense. Like, that's such a weird thing to say, but that is like legit something that a lot of people like try to push. And the reason for that was trying to diminish the Zelda brand and trying to downplay it. And it's kind of weird even now how you still have like this very stubborn denial among like
unmuted, sorry,
fans that Zelda is like the premier fantasy game. Because like not just in like the
I said Ocarina of Time is a masterpiece, but Majora's Mask, yeah. Yeah, I asked for my son for a coffee, so I muted myself when I asked him.
Open world genre, not just in like the traditional Zelda style, like just fantasy in general. It's better than The Witcher. It's better than like Fable. It's better than like Skyrim or whatever.
I couldn't get into Majora's.
It's better than all that stuff, and yet From Slop I think is the big
From Slop
right now, but that's not even really a competitor. Like you just have all of these people coming out like trying to dismiss Zelda, trying to diminish it, trying to like write it off, right? And like the fact that they like seriously tried and put like Baldur's Gate 3 up.
Do you know, Jay? I never finished A Link to the Past. I never finished it. Back then, when I played A Link to the Past, my game bugged out. You know when towards the end of the game you're climbing up that mountain? I don't know if you remember it very well, but I remember it because it pissed me the fuck off when I was a kid. I still remember it. That's how much it annoyed me. But you have to use this mirror that you had that takes you between the two different worlds. And there was a bridge that I couldn't cross against. So I had to use the mirror, go across the bridge, push the rock, create a bridge, go back and use the mirror again to get back to the light world and then cross the bridge. When I went to the dark world, I pushed the rock, dropped the rock, went back, went to use my mirror, poof, mirror's gone, and the game had auto-saved. Game over, yeah! That was a miserable point in my gaming time.
Against Tears of the Kingdom is laughable to me, right? Even now, that's kind of amusing to me because we've been seeing over the past couple of months, like, what was the narrative when Tears of the Kingdom first came out? Like, what was the general kind of like narrative about why it wasn't
Don't
popular?
you dare,
like, the game isn't talked about enough, right? The game isn't popular. See, like if it was, people would be talking about it more. Have you ever thought about maybe people were actually playing the game, right? Like this is a thing that happened to me, and I'm sure this happened to a bunch of other people, right? Where I was playing through a 70-hour RPG, right? I was putting all this time into this game. I was living my normal life. On top of that, I was finishing a book at the time.
Hush, Shamala.
I was doing all this stuff in my personal life. Like, maybe have you thought about the fact that I don't necessarily take the time
fuck's sake.
to
What
talk
did I
about
start?
a game like that on V? In worry of being spoiled, and worry of like whatever. Like, I kind of regret streaming the game.
That's gonna
honestly,
stick, isn't it?
Because like someone told me where the Master Sword was, and that's like one of the greatest Master Sword pools in history, right? Like, to me, I think it would have been like a way better experience to just kind of discover it organically, right? Just discover everything else organically. Like, I love Tears of the Kingdom, but at the same time, like there was this very real like feeling that this game had so much mystery and so much like intrigue in it that like I did not feel the need to go on the internet and talk about the game.
Man, no one wants a PSVR 2. Not even Sony wants a PSVR 2. They've stopped production. They've basically admitted that it's a brick and they don't want it. I literally buy a Nintendo for Zelda only, mainly the odd Pokemon if they're good. My favorite is still Ocarina of Time. That was so good. That had everything. That labyrinth level, I still remember. That was god tier. And also that area where you get the horse. I don't know if I played the Link Between the Worlds. Chaos is scalping the PS5 Pro. Fuck's sake! Don't do it.
Right. And a year later, now that like a lot of other people have like taken the time to go through the game,
Man, when I resell, it's gonna be $1,000.
Had time to digest it. It couldn't be more obvious.
That's a joke.
Tears of the Kingdom is phenomenally popular, right? People are still talking about the game. The game that people like were saying wasn't talked about like when it first came out, right? Like the game is still winning awards, still getting acknowledged, still getting respected. Nintendo's doing like talks about it now, like alongside Mario Wonder, right? The game is, for anyone who isn't a complete pleb, a masterpiece in game design. Like, I would argue it's probably one of my all-time favorites. I get a lot of vibes from this, like the same kind of vibe I got from like
Taz is gonna buy it and resell it.
And Majora's Mask when I first played it, where like this game is hated by a lot of people, but because of like how good it is, because of its unique mechanics, because of it like its qualities, like this stuff is going to be difficult to digest, but once people get over that hurdle and like start getting invested in it, like it is going to start becoming very popular. And we have started to see that. We are seeing people acknowledge Tears of the Kingdom as the best games of 2023. Long after Call of Duty.
Alan Wake was the best game of 2023. And I will fight anyone with that decides to argue that point. Alan Wake 2 was amazing. That game should have won Game of the Year 2023.
Duty, Hogwarts Legacy, and Baldur's Gate 3 are forgotten. Right? Starfield, right? We don't even talk about Starfield anymore because of how...
Benaya, you take that shit back. I thought we had an understanding. I don't disrespect you. You don't disrespect me. We had a thing going here. Why you gotta go and do me dirty like that?
How poorly received that was, but like when you look at like where Zelda is at now, where you look at where Nintendo is at now, like they put out an absolute banger, an absolute phenomenal title, something that I don't think enough people are really acknowledging as just being like a legitimately great game, right? But that is changing, right? Like, this is something that a lot of people don't realize about like games, is that like people play them after the first year. People play them after the first week. Like, people have this mindset that, like, well, if it doesn't do well in the first week, it's not going to be popular. So, here's
That is generally true. The first week is when they do their most sales. That is what all companies base their metrics on. So whether you like it or not, that is a reality. That is how they base and gauge if a game has been successful on launch. Not what it does 7 years down the line or 15 years down the line or 5 generations on when you're remaking and rebooting the same game over and over and over again. But that first week is important. Because if you look at most games, the first week, everyone that's interested in it goes and buys it. The second and third week, it drops down drastically, like by 80-90%. And it's only the people that waited or was, on the edge or 50-50 that pick it up in the second or third week.
the Kingdom bomb, so nobody was talking about it, so it's never going to be popular ever. Yeah, that's not how this works, right? This game is going to sell and be relevant for years. The instant that people finish Breath of the Wild, right? I know people who have been playing Breath of the Wild regularly since it came out who haven't beaten it yet, right?
There must be some really shit players. A game being around for a long time, and if they've been playing it regularly, like I've been playing Final Fantasy 16 since it came out, but I don't play that game regularly. I put it on like once every 3 months and play it because frame rates suck. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure the PC versions are going to be out before I finish it, but that's beside the point. If my dude is playing it regularly, what is he doing? Jerking off the Link?
I know people like that. So it's very feasible to me to think that, like, these people might eventually like finish Breath of the Wild and then move on to Tears of the Kingdom, right? Like, it is something that I think is likely, right?
Did Spider-Man 2 actually break even? I'm not sure it broke even yet. I don't think it will break even at 10 million.
And they're going to love Tears of the Kingdom, right? When they finally get around to it. People 10 years from now are going to play Tears of the Kingdom, right? And I'm sure just now, people who are getting into Breath of the Wild are now, after the sequels come out. Like, people are just now starting Breath of the Wild, right? Like, people are just now playing older Zelda games, Like, the reality is, you are never, ever, ever going to downplay the Zelda brand. People have been trying for decades at this point, and it's gotten so old and tired that you can't even use the same narratives that you used like 20 years ago. Like, oh, they're not open world. Oh, they're too kiddie. Oh, it's the same thing over and over again. Like, none of that stuff was true, obviously, but you had a lot of people trying to push the idea. And for me, fans really need to acknowledge that video game journalists, fans, people on the internet, like, they aren't to be trusted about this kind of stuff. Like, Tears of the Kingdom was a great game regardless of what the industry tried to tell you.
That was a very bad video. Good to see my stream being promoted to me. Love to see it. I think Zelda sells like crazy, right? The game sold 10 million units worldwide in its first 3 days. No, it did not. It sold 20.28 million. Breath of the Wild, 31.61 million. Yeah, boy. Jesus. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, 60.58 million. That must be like multiple releases though, right? That can't be one release. No way. Animal Crossing, 44.79. Mario Odyssey, that's a Switch only. Okay, so this is a... Does it have like a Switch only list? No. So you got Breath of the Wild at 31.61 million. Mario Odyssey at 27.65. I don't know if any of these Pokemons are on the Switch. I don't follow Pokemon at all. Mario Party, released in 2023, 20.34 million. My God, Nintendo is killing it. I mean, I knew they were good, but holy shit. Tears of the Kingdom, 20.28. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, 17.2. Ring Fit alone has sold more copies than any game on fucking PlayStation and Xbox. How fucking exotic is that? Oh my God. And that's a paid game, right? It's not like the Connect game that's comes free with a console or the other shit. Oh man. Luigi's Mansion free at 13.98 million. Splatoon. Mate, Nintendo has been raking in the money. Xbox and PlayStation been doing this shit wrong, man. They've been doing this shit wrong. It did not outsell TOT. We'll never know actually how many copies were sold. We'll never know the true amount because guess what? Microsoft doesn't reveal numbers. It had 10 million players. That we know that. I think it had like over 12 million players. Estimating from the number of other games on Circana's list, particularly Mortal Kombat 1, which landed at 9, we can estimate that Starfield has sold around 2.5 million copies. However, there are no official numbers of actual sales reported, so this is just an estimate. So let's add another million on top of that and say 3.5 million, right? Oh, someone messaged me. Dubshed. What's this?
Ever. It is clear that Microsoft needs oversight engagement. I can't help but think that Microsoft needs a Bungie. Ever.
Microsoft does not need a Bungie. Fuck that. No way. You're a fucking bellend twat. So Starfield basically sold as many copies as Yoshi's Crafted World. Maybe. But we do know it sold as many copies as Mario Strikers. It really makes you wonder, right? Where Microsoft and Sony are going wrong, spending all that money on these games. It really makes you wonder. Jamal, that's what I mean. It's really hard to say. But even without the Game Pass, like I've got it on Game Pass, right? I've got it, the collector's edition, and just recently I bought the physical version of the game because I want to collect it. So I've got like 3 versions of it essentially. So I'm like someone who would have got it 3 times, but nothing from Xbox is factored in. So even if we added 2 million from, say, Xbox, so from 2.5, I mean, let's go to 5 million in total. It caught up with this one. Yeah, this is depressing me now, and I'm just gonna get off this. Nintendo can go do one. Nintendo fanboys, I did not mean that. Don't come after me. Although you still can go do one. Are you sure? No. This is copies sold. Copies sold, man. Andrew Holt is right. It's copies sold. I don't know what you're on about. All I know is they... Mate, I walked into a computer exchange in the UK, and they had like a massive wall for Switch games, and I walked in to buy some Xbox games, as you know, recently. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to check out the Switch prices for some games. And it had on there, right? Heavily discounted. So I looked at some of the games, and like Metroid Dread, $59.99. I'm like, which part of that? Which part of that is heavily discounted? Luigi's Mansion, $44.99. I'm like, my dude, there's a problem with your pricing and your terminal. I'm like, how much did you discount that by? 23 pence. That's a good discount for a Nintendo game. I was like, £2 discount. I'm like, my dude, it's the same price brand new over there. I'm like, what are you doing? This is so dumb. So Sandland released today. I wanted to have a quick go before I finish the stream. Anyone want to check it out together? Or shall we call it? Mate, I actually went in to buy some Switch games, and I'm like, mate, that's really expensive. That definitely isn't what I was looking for. Where am I supposed to be? I'm supposed to be here somewhere, right? I'm supposed to be here somewhere. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Where am I? Okay, fixed it. It's gone. Now I know what you're talking about. That was mistakes happen. I am so sorry. What, you need to update the controller again? What do you want me to configure? Okay. All right. But if anyone does want to add me, feel free. Man, I will assault your ears any way I want. No. I guess the Starfield controller just had an update. I can hear that coming from my TV. Man, I am still pissed at the fact that we lost that house today. This is Sandland, the Akira Toriyama game. We were so close to getting it as well. Like, all that was left to do was sign the papers, and it was done. We could have moved in on the 25th of April. And the landlord decided to throw a wrench in the spanners and not give it to us. In this demo, you can explore and fight enemies in the following 3 vehicles: Battle Tank, Motorbike, and Battle Armor. You can recover your vehicle's HP by resting at camp. Man, I don't know who half of these people on my Xbox friends list are. Renting. At £2,600 per calendar month. And he still screwed us over. Move, camera, weak, powerful, jump, interact. Yeah, of course, Devastator. Chaos Space Prime. Let me just put my gamer tag here. That's my Xbox tag. For those that care, this is my PlayStation. That's my Steam. Be kind. I don't know why I gave my Steam account away, but be kind. But anyone that wants to add me, they can add me. So it's Xbox, PlayStation. I have no idea what my Switch account is. I'll have to figure out what my Switch is later. Does Switch have a username? Does anyone know? Or is I genuinely can't remember. No. Don't be dumb. It's a friend code? I thought Switch had a username, but I guess not. Up is autopilot, that's move, camera, leave vehicle, boost, jump, hover, melee, special melee, ready weapon, shoot, reload, guard. Option modules have various effects, use them to gain advantage. Active effects, LB and RT, using these passive effects.
Sure to check your gear every now and then.
You never know when something you've picked up might come in handy.
Got it. I'll give him a look.
There's a reload for that?
This weapon's busted.
No, get out.
You got this. Take that. Hurt, you stupid jerk. Ow.
Well.
Yep.
Nope.
I won't forgive you for that.
Hurt, you stupid jerk.
What are you doing?
So
Okay.
annoying. Ow.
I
Ow.
won't forgive you.
Alright, we need to beat this thing up. How did we get that menu up? Okay, there we go.
More evil than a thief.
Oops. Well, that didn't go well. Alright. So it's right to choose the vehicle. Left to choose item. Up does nothing. Ah, you're Grissom. Okay, cool.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah.
Well, so it goes. Well, so it goes.
What you doing, buddy? Aww. Okay, I think that might have been a bit overkill. I think that was a bit overkill.
Prince, would you please let me have the next turn at the wheel?
Rock, paper, scissors me for it.
You're on. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors.
Yay! I win.
Ah, I'll get you next time.
Hey, they didn't even play. Oh, it's disappeared already? See, I think these sorts of demos hurt the game more. It's a sandbox created just so you can play around and run around in the open world and just fight a few things. It doesn't take place in the game. So the demo was specifically
Looks like
created.
we're not the only travelers out here.
We should think about stopping by that campsite they're using ourselves. It's a communal camp that's open to all travelers.
Talk
Nope.
about
Let's try this one.
At least that was sort of fun. Nice. One down.
Yeah, it's just a demo, but you know, just add content to it. Don't, or let just people play the first, I don't know, hour of the game. This just shows you what the combat's like. It doesn't show you anything. So if anyone's on the edge, it's not really a true reflection. Hey, they're in a vehicle too. Haha. Oh shit.
Prince, watch
that-
out for the pincers.
I've been through worse than that. Here we go.
Yeah, how about that? How about that? Huh? In your face! Oh shit, it's
Under
right.
the sand, Prince. He could surface anywhere.
Not by me.
Oh, I know.
Good. You're wearing it out. Stay on your toes.
I'll be fine. I'm a fiend, remember?
Fair enough. Go do your thing then.
Well, so it goes.
Where did it go? Did anyone see where it went?
I still can't come to terms with just how vast the outside world is. Don't want to think about how hard it would be to get around without vehicles.
But it used to be even bigger, and there were no vehicles.
Civilization truly made the world smaller.
Ah. The vehicles are easy to control. Yeah, I don't know where the creature went. I did want to kill it.
Tell me something.
Oops.
Make a living.
Crafts, agriculture, hunting, trade. It's pretty varied.
At least that was sort of fun.
Oops. Kills just having fun. It's gonna be like that.
Damn it! This weapon's busted.
I did not miss. There you go. Yeah, I wish there was more to it. I guess that creature's gone. I did not miss. I gave the enemy a chance to live. You think I'm going in the wrong direction? What direction am I supposed to go?
Sorry, can't help right now.
Prince, I can't lend you a hand right now.
I think this is just a demo. See that? A hole in one.
I've heard rumors of creatures of tremendous power in this land. You never know when you might run across one of them.
How far can we go?
I think I heard Father say that before.
That's you demons, isn't it? Well, I suppose there's always someone stronger.
Well, no matter how tough they are, there's no way they can be stronger than the King of Demons.
Okay, so you got a light as well. Apparently there's something up here.
One down. Whoop.
You can't climb? No, why can't you climb? I guess you're gonna gain the ability to fly.
We'll probably find traveling merchants on the main roads. They roam over Sandland, peddling their wares to all comers.
Fellow travelers, huh?
Jeez. So that's the map that you can use on the demo. Not a big map.
If we find any, let's stop and compare notes with them.
You got fucked up. But it is just one big massive aha. Oh shit. Don't do it.
It's under the sand, Prince. He could surface anywhere. Maybe you can lure it out. A powerful hit to the ground.
Go away. What the hell? Why is it disappearing for? A bit of frame drops there.
The bot broke down.
Uh-oh. But that Sandland, not really going to change. I mean, it looks cool graphically. But yeah, it's literally just a big sandbox.
Take that. Take that. Someone hit. That hurt you. Someone hit.
This thing was playing dead.
Take this. Take that. That hurt you, stupid.
They can't climb. Oh, chest. Loot first, fight later. You got messed up. Oh, come on, I got that.
So annoying. Ow.
Sorry, can't help right now.
Why can't he help?
I've got a little present for you. Prince, I can't lend you a hand right now.
Where's the bird? Wait, why is it shooting there? Oh, right. Wrong thing. Wrong bullets.
We should keep our distance from the army base unless necessary.
I bet they
Well,
got
that's
loads
this
of
game.
loot in there.
What do you think?
Can't argue with that. But somehow I doubt they'd take kindly to intruders.
Mad Biker Humor? Lots of bosses, it seems.
This is bad. My bot.
Oh, come on. Yeah, that's the thing, Dubs. I want to see more of the story, and it sucks that you can't. If it's a Pokeball, Nintendo's gonna sue. Combat seems pretty basic.
Take that.
See these tire tracks? That's a sign that someone's been
There
here
is, yeah.
before us.
So if we go here, you can customize it with different stuff. It looks like it's weights related. So yeah,
Following them might lead us to a useful location like a village or town. The car should also go a bit faster than it would on unpacked ground.
so where is the...
Here we go.
That tutorial can get annoying though. Oh, you can drift as well. This looks like a fun place to go.
The desert gets awfully chilly at night. Take precautions to ensure you don't lose too much body heat.
We demons will be just fine. It's you humans who should worry.
True. We seem to be more vulnerable to pretty much everything. We'll be careful.
So we can't go into this place. What does this do? Yeah, there's a rare. That was a rarity system. Why won't you let me in there? How strange. Should be soon actually. Should be tonight.
Hey, thief. Did the demon so far so good?
Yeah, like what I'm saying is a demo like this, it really doesn't do the game justice. This is almost, you know, in my opinion, hurting the demo more than anything. It doesn't tell you anything. You play a demo to see if you're going to like the game, but this tells you nothing about the story. But I guess if you like Dragon Ball, you're going to enjoy it. Because you got your skill tree as well. Hold to release. Allows you to evade mid-jump. Aerial evasion. Press during a combo to keep attacking. Pressing A and right trigger allows you to quickly recover. XXB. Perform a leg sweep. Let's see if we can do an air combo. You're mine.
Hey, old man, what would you do if you ran into a tough enemy?
Ah, come on, I didn't mean to do that.
Well, I'd start by observing them carefully. Prince, watch out for the pincer!
That's what I'm talking about.
It's under the sand, Prince. He can surface anywhere.
No, I know!
Good. You're wearing it out, but stay on your toes.
I'll be fine. I'm a beauty, remember?
Fair enough. Go do your thing then.
Let's go! What are you gonna give me?
Hey, old man, what would you do if you ran into a tough enemy?
Didn't give me shit. It didn't give me shit.
I'd start by observing them carefully. Knowing what they can do and what their weaknesses are will help you fight effectively.
By the way, if you see my trophies on PlayStation,
Try that next
they're
time.
pretty low because I got locked out of my old PS3 account. Had to start a new account. No worries, dude. Hey, I won. Okay, so that's God.
I've got a question. Why can humans eat some plants, but not others?
Prince, are you all right?
Here we go. Whoop. Damn it! This weapon's busted!
Let's go with...
Here we go. It's gonna break.
I had full health. What are you doing? Yeah. But that's a good enough demo for this. It's alright. It's alright. I wish there was more to the demo. It's a bit disappointing. But I've like covered nothing here. Let me see if I go south before I call it a day. Let's get in. Let's see how far south we can go. Can we actually access the whole map? No worries, Snowy.
The desert gets
Take it
awfully
easy, my
chilly
dude.
at night. Take precautions to ensure you don't lose too much body heat.
We demons will be just fine. It's you humans who should worry.
True. We seem to be more vulnerable to pretty much everything. We'll be careful.
That could take a really long time, by the way. This is actually huge. This sandbox is huge. Oh no!
Come on, hang in. This is bad.
But yeah. Well, chat. Gonna call it there. That was I didn't fall to my death. I tripped on a rock. Yeah, that's what happened. I tripped on a rock.
What goes through your
Everyone
head?
saw that I tripped on a rock, and for some reason the game decided that full damage was a thing, and
Might get
it
better
sent me back
results
to
by
the
predicting what your
base
enemy
camp.
is going to do and
Right, chat?
reacting accordingly. You'll
Alright,
find it
folks.
hard to
Thanks so
lose.
much for hanging out
You're
tonight.
always
It's been
fighting on
awesome.
favorable
I'm
terms.
gonna try and get Paris on the show for Thursday if he's available. I know he's not available on Friday, but I'm gonna try and get him on for Thursday, and if I can. And yeah, I might be around tomorrow. If I'm around tomorrow, it's just gonna be a gaming stream. If anyone in, feel free to join my Discord. We'll chat and see what game people want to play. Maybe we'll do like a Halo night or something if people want. We'll see. But yeah, if I'm around tomorrow, it'll definitely be just to play some games here on
Leaving the
YouTube.
demon
So
village forbidden.
if you're interested in that,
Two of you had to get
do turn
explicit
out.
permission to
That's
come
it.
with me.
Peace out, everyone.
Not
Remain
exactly.
legend.
There are other demons who went out on.